Hello, football family. Welcome into Huddle It Up Films back for the big day 2 of the NFL draft, following up the Malachi Starks stick and pick at pick 27 for the Ravens yesterday. This is the day. This is my favorite day of the draft. The pace is quicker. There are starters on the board. Will the Ravens make a trade? That rumored Mark Andrews trade. Will the Ravens get aggressive and try to get another pick on day 2 when there's a guy who's a starter, who's a fit available with all those extra picks that they have this year in a deep draft? So here again with Alec Polianis and my friend Yuri, we have special guests joining us later. I'll keep that on the down low just in case they don't show up, but they'll show up. We have some very special guests coming later. So, hey, Alec, how you doing? Yuri, how you doing?
Life's good, man. I'm excited for the picks as well. I agree with you. Faster pace, lots of good players still left on the board. And I mean, like we talked about yesterday, when you're picking the back half of the draft, and people will see in the first 15 picks, not that different than what we just selected. So lots to talk about, lots to evaluate, and lots of opportunity for the Ravens if one of the guys sneaks down. I was having thoughts. I know it's a dirty thought. It's not going to actually happen. But I was like, what if like Ezraku just falls to 59? Like, what if one of the guys we were talking about in the first round falls and it was their next best player on the board or something crazy like that? But just excited for it.
Yeah, I'm excited as well. Jason, we talked about it the last time we were talking draft, and we said that there's going to be huge variation in general consensus and team consensus. So I'm looking forward to see those quote unquote reaches, but it's really just teams finding fits that they like. And I'm interested to see what's going on with this quarterback class. The Steelers and in particular, the Browns both don't have quarterback. The Browns have Flacco, but in terms of just a quarterback plan really in general for Pittsburgh, they don't have one. And I'm curious to see whether or not they use Pickens as a chess piece to maybe get a pick close enough to get another quarterback. It'll be interesting.
And also the running backs on the board, Yuri. So quarterback, the quarterbacks and running backs, obviously, the more of those are taken, the more players will drop into that range. And if a guy like Ezraku drops into the, starts getting into the 50s, the mid 60s, you just wonder, like if he's a great guy, he's the board and all the other Raven stuff that they put emphasis on. If he's a good person, if they would trade up, or if the Mark Andrews trade comes into effect at that point. So ask people in the chat, day 2, whose starters are available at every position. Who do you want? Jim Eyes coming off the rotator cuff surgery, the one-arm bandit. One-arm bandit, slang term for what, Yuri?
One-armed bandit.
Yeah, you're the young guy, so I'm asking you.
I'm not the guy to ask.
That's a slot machine. Slot machine. Yeah, so one-arm bandit, Jim 20 Eyes in here. He's going for TJ Sanders, Charles Grant. For what it's worth, rumor mill, heard the Ravens are big on TJ Sanders, and I know that's a pick that Yuri would like. JP Bugs, what's up, Jason? Good seeing you in here, man. He said too many picks before 59. He'll be chiming in later. I know you will, buddy. So when we get closer, JP Bugs will tell you who he likes. Bateman season. Hey, man, one of my favorite profile picks, that one-handed snag by Bateman while in college at the Minnesota Golden Gophers, man. Morrison, but we need O-line more. Morrison is an interesting guy. His tape is clean. He could have easily been a first-round pick, Yuri. I'm going to kick it to you. I know you know this guy well, but he had a hip injury, and he needed surgery on it in October. And I'm the Dennis Pitta, scarred from that experience. Don't know what his medicals look like, so I just put him randomly on the board as the first guy in the color purple.
Yeah, I think if the medicals check out, he'll go before 45. The talent is there, very clean, in phase, the ability to work the sideline, break on the ball. He is as clean as it comes in terms of like a corner prospect. Him and Amos, like if he was healthy, him and Amos would have been like this on my board. But he isn't healthy, and you do wonder how much because being a corner is very aggressive on your hips in terms of twisting your hips and being fluid with your hips is important. So it depends on how much that injury and surgery affected him.
Yeah, it's wild because if it was a torn ACL, it's like if it was a regular quote unquote torn ACL, we've seen so many of the in the NFL and they suck, but maybe you don't get back to full speed. But Morrison's such a clean prospect as far as play any coverage. off coverage, press coverage, no wasted steps, like the efficient movement of Morrison. I probably would have even had him higher than Amos. I loved him, but the hip injury definitely brings that into question. Alec Chike, best possible edge rusher. What's your feeling on the edge rusher position? We had Sutton on yesterday, and that's his thing. He said he wouldn't give the draft any higher than a D grade, maybe D plus, I think he said, if we didn't get an edge rusher by today. You're on mute, I think, buddy.
Thank you. We were talking yesterday about Nick Scorton to start off the show, and here we are. We're back at the conversation. And I said, even though he's number 33 on your big board, on Brugler's, or rather 36, on Brugler's, he's in like the 59 territory, like actually 59. So I said, maybe there's a chance that he falls to us there. So I think that's an interesting guy to keep an eye on. He, I think, is your highest rated edge other than Izaraku and Green, who has the character concern. So probably the most realistic at 59 of the three that we just talked about. But, we go a little bit further down, you get your positional favorite in there, Owen Dejo. And I think there's a lot of good edges in this part of the draft. This is where I attacked edge when we did our perfect draft.
Yeah, it's going to be a now or never situation coming up soon on the edge. There are different styles of edge rushers, so it just depends what the Ravens want and what the other teams in front of us want. But you can see in that middle section, I know it's kind of hard to read, but tackle, guard center, edge, defensive line, 17 players picked yesterday. 8 on one side of the ball, 9 on the defensive side of the ball. So the Philadelphia Eagles effect, the trenches effect, people wanted those O-linemen. They wanted those edge rushers in the draft. If we're going to get one, maybe Izaraku slips, doubt it. Maybe Scorton slips. I mean, I could see it if people like Landon Jackson, Tui Moloau, Braden Swinson is a popular pick. You got Princely Uman my personal favorite, Olufemi Oladejo, Josiah Stewart, who was ranked up there with those guys until he tested. Still a bunch of talent on the edge. If you want to get an impact guy, may have to go round 2. So it'll be interesting to see what they have here. Yuri, kicking it to you. Our guy Shrimp Trawler checking in. What's going on, Shrimp Trawler? Don't want to see Eamon Worry on the Browns and Watts on the Bengals. Those would be crazy safeties in the AFC North. And just to back them up here, Yuri, safety has been a big issue for both of those teams.
It has been. Obviously, the Bengals signed Geno Stone, and then Grant Delpit was the second-round pick out of LSU that has battled some injuries, has came around actually in terms of health and play style. But you add someone like Eamon Worry to complement him and kind of be a little bit that chess piece to move around, kind of maybe shadow Lamar in a sense. You could see him working as a quote unquote spy, even though people don't really use spies that much anymore. That would be tough, especially Watts to Cincy. That's something that's very concerning because then you add that playmaking threat back to them, and similar to Jesse Bates and some of their safeties they had in the past of being able to take the ball away. It makes the Bengals dangerous. You add Shamar Stewart on top of that too, and that defense is looking a little more formidable than we saw last year.
You're on mute, Jason. Jason, you're on mute. Still muted.
Sorry about that. I was rolling too, man.
You were.
So the pick is in for the Cleveland Browns. It is the man, the former walk-on turned All-American, Carson Swessinger.
Wow. Already.
Stud special teams player while he worked his way up, and then had probably the best inside linebacker tape in the draft. So the Browns get their help on level 2. You talk about a position they could need as well. We run the ball all over the Browns. We throw the ball all over the Browns. They give us tough with their play speed, but JOK with the injury last year, you pair Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah with Swessinger, they're going to be strong on level 2.
Yeah, it's a strong pick. I don't like that. We knew this would be painful, and I think he's a fun player and just kind of like one of those meat and potatoes things. Maybe not a pick that the fans are wanting, but he's going to elevate the play of the defense.
Hey, got our guy Hex going right back at you, Alec. Just save Lamar in the pocket. Give me Ursary, Savanaia, Tate Ratledge, Jalen Rivers if they are available. So Hex is going for the hey, we need to beef up this O line, save Lamar in the pocket, pave the way for Derrick Henry, and let's make sure that this offense is rolling with all the the weapons and the pieces around Lamar.
To me, Schlesinger was a lot like Eric Kendricks type of linebacker. Like he can be that middle of the field, lane closing, cover two, be able to sink, and even run downfield with some guys. He's a pretty quick dude. And then the tackling ability is there, so that's a good pick for Cleveland. I'm glad they didn't go offense because that's really the only thing that you have Chubb, who's if I'm not mistaken still a free agent, and then they need a running back. They'll probably go running back next pick, but yeah, I mean it's a good pick. Their defense is always formidable, and that's going to present more challenges when we play them again, but definitely not the worst in terms of like, oh shit, the Browns might be something.
Right. And we've shot ourselves in the foot on offense against this Browns team, but overall they have a lot of room to improve on defense. Where they have the offense struggling that they're going to have to win games on defense, I guess is what I'm saying. Yeah, Alec, but back to you. Hex's comment here. Want to address it. O-line, round 2, round 3.
Yeah, I think, again, that's another, we were talking about it in the perfect draft. You might still have some guys in round 4, but this is another spot. This is the nice thing about day 2, but the challenge of day 2 is this is where you really start making decisions on where you're going to make a sacrifice. So we'll see what the Ravens end up doing here, but no one's going to be upset if we draft a guard because most likely they're going to step into 100% of snaps. That's immediate impact.
Immediate impact and future impact with Lele being a free agent. Yuri, do you have something?
Nope, we just saw the next pick.
All right.
Nice.
Next pick is Jaden Higgins, my guy. He goes to Houston. Was my star prospect for a long time. Had to take the stars off of him because everybody came around on him. I had him ranked 37th on the board, and he ended up going pick what 34.
Yeah.
So had to take the stars off of him, not because I liked him any less, but because the consensus came around on him. Excellent pick for Houston with all those injuries. I'm going to go ahead to our guy Anderson Ragberg. I haven't heard from you in a while. Darius Alexander, the defensive line, Braden Swinson, the edge rusher, and we just talked about Savanea on the offensive line. Also, if a corner slips like Thomas or Amos, so Anderson has his picks at every position. I love that. We'll see if any of those guys are available. It's 59. Still a long way to go, but here we are on day 2, guys, and the picks are already flying off the board at 7:14. We already have 2 picks.
That's what I'm talking about. No pomp and circumstance, no random conversations about when the schedule is going to be released. We're just getting right to it. Trade. Seattle is now in the spot for 35.
Beautiful.
I don't know who they're coming up for.
They're coming up. Or Eamon Wari. That would be something.
Yeah. Mike McDonald wants Eamon Wari. He wants his own Kyle Hamilton. I would guess that's the pick. What's up from a Don C? Going to say hi to Don C. What's up, Jason, Alec, and Yuri? Let's go. And Shrimp Trawler, speaking of Eamon Wari, JOK and Eamon Wari are chess pieces. They did not go with Eamon Wari. We'll see if the Seahawks do it. And JB Bugs, this is a good point. JOK was hurt really bad, so maybe they need Schlesinger.
Yep.
Our guy Insane, wanted to bring him up. Sorry, going through the comments, guys. Do you think the Ravens would draft another cornerback if it's best player available or other needs too important?
Absolutely. I think they definitely probably draft one today. It's not what I would do, but it's just the way they operate. And DaCosta seemingly made it a need in the presser, the pre-draft presser. And I know it's Liars Lunch or whatever, but if they say, yeah, we probably need a corner, they're going to draft a corner. And if it ends up being that they can take one that is the best player available to do it, I think the only issue that you're going to run into is, at least at 59, is the corner is going to be either old or injured. unless you want to start going for guys like Jacob Parrish and some of the guys way down the board. But yeah, it is a possibility.
And I'm with JP on this. Boundary corner seems like the spot, because you have Kyle that plays the nickel, you have Marlon that can play the nickel, so you have guys that can play inside. And really, TJ Tampa, he played a lot of outside corner, but with his speed and physicality and tackling, he profiles as a guy who could definitely play the slot as well. So maybe a big outside corner with some tools. Awuzie hasn't been healthy. It could be a need really, really quickly. So I agree. I think the Ravens take a quarterback. I do think it's a need. Okay, here we go. And Jim chiming in, need to get a higher quality O-line prospect. Can't wait.
Yep.
Yeah. Bateman season, the guy I moved my star to was Kyle Williams, and you can kind of see him there. He's at my wide receiver 7 on the board. I don't know what I'm missing with this guy, but his play speed is better than even the 4.4 flat that he ran. Angle changer, and of course, D-Hop, a free agent. Bateman beat up a lot, and you would like to give him some help. Go to more 11 formation. The tight end position is in question after this year. Everybody's a free agent after this year. So Kyle Williams could give us some return ability. He could give us a spark on offense that I really like.
Wow. So they gave up their 52 and 82 to move up. Basically perfect JJ value. Very interesting. I can get it if it's for Eamon Murray. I really can. I think that would make sense.
And where were they sitting, Alec? They gave up that 82nd pick to move from where?
52 and 82 to get up to 35.
Okay. So, hey, Seahawks feel good about their depth. They got Grace Abel yesterday on their offensive line. You would think this is a defensive pick for them. Maybe they love a wide receiver with maybe they want Luther Burden with Higgins off the board.
Yeah.
That'd be interesting.
I think Vegas probably won Luther Burden. That would make sense to jump them.
Right, because Vegas is 2 picks away. Of course, Cleveland has the next pick again.
Yeah, and they could have also went receiver.
Yeah, the good point, Shrimp Trawler. So Mike Mack taking somebody from the Browns. That would be great.
You don't think any quarterbacks are going in the next few picks?
I mean, hey, that's a very possibility. Maybe Mike Mack's jumping them for nothing. Maybe the Browns are looking for their quarterback here.
Yeah, we'll see. I think the quarterback slide will continue, but I could be wrong. I will admit. I think this is where I'm starting to get a little dicey with my prediction.
So here's a guy that should go well before us, and if we want to trade up, this would be someone to trade up for. Yuri, your guy. I like to say my guy. I mean, I got him 34th overall. Richard Sherman's about to announce the pick. Maybe we should wait for Richard and see what their pick is, and then we'll go in on Trey Amos. Is just a player that I really like, showed off this year. A little bit older prospect, but he's pro ready. Let's see who the Seahawks want. We're guessing Eamon War. I'm guessing Eamon War.
Yeah, I think so.
And it's Nick Eamon War. So Mike Mack gets his Kyle Hamilton, his version of Kyle Hamilton, big nickel. Not as good of a football player overall as Hamilton, but the best athlete in the draft probably. Set a record for the broad jump, 43-inch vert. Man is insane, and his tackling production is insane. Eamon War, I think he had like 80 tackles a year over his first 3 years, young player. So, yeah, Trey Amos, Yuri on the board, a guy we both like.
Yeah, Trey Amos, my comparison for him was AJ Terrell. I think he's very sound. Technically, he is great in phase. He's great attacking the ball. He's great at actually being able to leverage himself against bigger defenders because he is a larger. He's not the small, 5'9", 5'10" cornerback. He's 6'1". He's got good arm length. Like, he can absolutely jar a ball out of a big tight end's hands. So interesting to still see him floating around here early in the second, especially after running a 4.4, which may have not been quote unquote his tape speed, but it was a 4.4 nonetheless. But big fan of his. If he were to get in that 50 range. The only issue I'm running into was the thought process of some of these guys falling is okay. Like, what's wrong with them? Because clearly there's something wrong that we don't know.
Yeah. So the Will Johnson situation, Yuri, you texted me earlier with some details. That's a sad situation for a blue chip type player. You know, I said yesterday, I think that he would have been in that like true first round grade range. Like he could have been third overall on this board if he were healthy and didn't have the situation he had. And now that the details are coming out, it's a really scary and sad situation.
Yep, it certainly is.
Did you want to elaborate on that? Because it's not a simple knee injury, reportedly.
Oh, the injury? Yeah, I mean, it's pretty out there, but it's a chronic knee injury. It's something that will stick with him. They took a bone and put on the other one to try to fix something, and pretty much the return to normal health rate was like 70-something%, and then some of the guys won't ever play football again because of the injury. So it's that kind of seriousness.
Good grief, that's tough.
It is. It's just such a sad break. And, you know, you read some of his background information. He was playing football at a high level early in his career. So, like, football means something to him. It was in his blood. He's that talented. You know, he probably knew he had a shot for the NFL pretty early in his life. And then to have it all come down like this. Hopefully he rebounds. The surgery goes well. He's able to play football and really recover from that. So the Browns get their Nick Chubb replacement. Looks like Nick Chubb will be on the streets for anyone to pick up. Quinshon Judkins goes ahead of Henderson, the more of the workhorse back. And Bill Carroll was saying to me before Henderson got there, Judkins showed off his pass catching chops, showed that he could do it all and wasn't just a committee type back. So I didn't watch any old Judkins tape because I didn't see us taking a running back that early, and I knew Judkins was going to go early. But that adds up and that tracks. He could be a real weapon for the Browns. Tough guy to tackle and a tough guy.
Yeah, absolutely. I think personally I had Henderson higher because of the explosiveness and just the pure ability to go from 0 to 100 very, very quick. But Judkins is definitely the more complete starting back. They have Jerome Ford still there, and then you add someone like Judkins in, and Judkins can probably take the Jerome Ford job pretty quickly. That's why they're picking him here so high in the second round. But big fan of his. I think that the pass pro chops are there. The ability to embrace contact and contact balance. Like he's a very well balanced guy. Will eat some of those arm tackles from the linebackers and stay on his feet.
Yeah, he's kind of like Chubb. Of course, Chubb's a great player, so he's got to prove that. But very physical back. It makes sense. Our guy Jim brought up Charles Grant. Really, the only knock on him that I have is that he played for William and Mary, and the competition level just isn't there, of course, at that school that you see from other athletes. But Jim mentioned him maybe with his body size, 6'5", 311. You know, he could stick at tackle, but maybe he's a guard option for us this early. To me, he was an easy left tackle projection. 41 starts at left tackle, and he's just got really good feet. Coveted length, body type. His movement ability is good. He's got that former wrestler background. Easily executes blocks in space. We were talking about climbing to level 2, out in space on like screen passes. He's going to be a good puller. It's the giant leap in competition is the elephant in the room with Charles Grant. Alec, if we take a tackle, second or third round, like Charles Grant specifically, somebody that might get the developmental tag since he's coming from William and Mary, but tape is perfect, and is athletically, he fits in the NFL.
Right. I mean, I think it's one of those picks I wouldn't be upset about at all. You just look at the traits and you say to yourself, that's hard to find at this range in the draft. And like you said, clean film. It's just a matter of level of competition. Not an immediate need. So it's one of those things where I think it's kind of a perfect fit for the Ravens.
Yeah, I like it. Immediate, it's not necessarily an immediate need. You could let Voorhees start the season, get Charles Grant in the weight room, let him build up, get him used to battling monsters like Matabike, Travis Jones, see how he's holding up. But if something happened to Ronnie, it's somebody that's played a lot of left tackle with those 41 starts and has room to grow. So this could be a guy that could take over for Ronnie eventually. He could take over and be a great left guard. You just got to get him in the NFL and see how he holds up. Yeah, again, the only problem with Charles Grant is, Alec, the projection is hard enough when you're talking about guys from the SEC and Big Ten. When you go from a smaller college like that, it's just even more of an unknown.
It is. But honestly, at this point in the draft for tackle, that's usually what you're talking about. So it just kind of comes with the territory. But this is the kind of swing I would like to take if I were in the business of taking swings on offensive tackles as part of the draft. Like, I mean, I really liked his profile relative to some of the other guys in his range.
So real quick, I just want to Miami traded up, and I tweeted out before I hopped on screen. I said, watch Miami tonight. This could be a Shedeur Sanders spot.
It is not. It is not. And it is not. And we are going to be upset here in the chat.
Don't worry.
It is Jonah Savanaia.
Oh.
So they get their guard. And I'm going to bring up some Savanaia information because he was definitely a guy. And we saw his name in the chat twice that a lot of us would have loved to have. 6'4", 324. So you see that classic guard build, long arms. He was my inside lineman, number 4, number 60 overall, a true junior. So only 3 years of college, still young, 36 starts. You can see him. He played a lot tackle there because obviously at college they want their best lineman at tackle. Has a bunch of positive reps in a pass-heavy offense. Arizona threw the ball a lot. You can see Ted McMillan's stats for that. Body composition and length are NFL quality. And he only had one penalty last year. He did need to, like the one note I had was he didn't sustain his blocks really well. He needed to keep his feet moving. But to me, that was a minor thing compared to the upside he could have gave us.
Thankfully, in my tweet, I didn't mention quarterback. I just did watch Miami tonight. So hopefully that's getting some good traction. Yeah, that's a tough pick to see. Was hoping he'd be available at 59. Clearly, the body composition is there to be a successful guard at the next level, as well as the movement skills and the hand placement. I think he's really good at being able to keep his hands in the chest, and being able to strike where he needs to strike. Because honestly, we're going to be. I think the biggest play we were different on is Tate Ratledge, and with him. To compare the two prospects, just give a reference point, I felt like Ratledge was very top-heavy in terms of his anchor and where he struck with his hands. He was not the cleanest in hand striking ability, as well as the way he struck, then he anchored. With Savini, I'm going to butcher Savania.
Yeah, I know it.
Savanaia. With him, it felt like he deployed his anchor and then struck, and you see a lot of the times you add on the clean bill of health with 7A as well. I think that's what made me be higher on him than Ratledge, and I know Ratledge is probably going to go here soon at some point because now I think what we could see is a run on offensive lineman because we saw it yesterday that offensive lineman went pretty early. Even guys like Kelvin Banks, who is a fine prospect, but yeah, it could happen here again today.
It sure could. Now, we have some talk in the chat about Marcus Mbow from Purdue. So I want to go to Alec here and get your opinion on this guy because, I mean, his evaluation to me was very clear-cut. He's the guy I have after Savanaia, but he's a very different style. You see 6'4", 303, so he's a little light, 32-inch arms, so he's a little shorter. Played tackle at Purdue. I think he played right guard earlier, but he has that rare movement skills. He kind of looks like a tight end, like a big old blocking tight end out there. That's how good he moves. Body control is excellent. Somebody tries to cross him up and cross his face, he easily is able to mirror with those feet. He looks great on pulls. The issue with him is how strong can he become and how quickly. And we saw him at the Senior Bowl inside on some reps. And, those reps are designed for the defensive lineman. I understand that. It's hard to stand out at the Senior Bowl as an offensive lineman. But you watched him next to the other guys and the anchor that he had compared to them, he has a long way to go with play strength. And with Jim, Jim is concerned here is that pairing him next to someone with Linderbaum, you got two mobile guys, but smaller guys. Thoughts on that, Alec? Do the Ravens want a big guard like Savanea next to Linderbaum, or would they be comfortable with a guy like Mbow, who's ultra athlete, but man, you worry about him against some of these big NFL linemen. He might not be able to play right away because of it.
Right. I feel like this is an interesting one. Not the top kind of prospect that the Ravens typically go for at this position. Like you said, lacks play strength at this point. But the other thing that's interesting about him is he doesn't play with the same aggression you might expect. Like he's like a little bit less aggressive, kind of like Dan Falele, a little bit more reserved. So I could see him being a little bit more of a project than teams expect at this price point. But he has a lot of potential, obviously. Like you said, natural mover, basketball player like movement, and he takes good angles in the run game.
What do you think, Yuri?
I think that if the Ravens were to take a player like that, it would be in high interest for them to continue the pooling stuff with the guards, but primarily run zone as a team. They're still about split, but it would be in their best interest to maybe hide some of that functional strength because I do think it is a big question. Sand in the pants, not having functional strength coming in as a guard to play in this type of offense where they're a little more multiple. It's a tough ask. But as we saw with someone like Rosengarten, the functional strength grew pretty quickly, and he ended up working out. So
true. Goodell is at the podium now, getting ready to announce the Patriots selection. So we're going to wait on that. How about a running back? How about a quarterback? Well, they're not going to take a quarterback to Patriots, obviously, but let's get somebody at a position we don't like.
Well, I like receiver, but hopefully Luther Burden. You know me. I love North Carolina, so hopefully Drake May can get some help here.
It feels like that kind of pick, honestly.
Yeah. Will Johnson with their first pick to protect them, get them some weapons. Yeah. Burden would be a good pick. To see if they, Jaden Higgins off the board. So Burden's just sticking out like a sore thumb to me in that first row, 30th overall on the board.
I mean, they get Ozaraka is also another one. I know they gave Harold Landry a nice chunk of change. They got Keanu White, who's a little more multiple, but Ozaraka fits a Vrabel-esque. He's like Harold Landry. It's like another Harold Landry.
So they picked Travion. So both of the Ohio State's running backs are off the board. So they get a compliment to, what's his name, Ramondre Stevenson up there. You got the big power back. Now you got the pass catching back. Sneakily, that can help Drake May too.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, that Alec, didn't mean to cut you off there. I just wanted to say I have to get my Drake May stuff off. It's hard. Of course, May played with Hampton at North Carolina, and they already have a similar-ish body style guy in Stevenson, but you add in someone like Henderson who can be that explosive third down back to start out and then eventually probably take over for Stevenson as a full-time capacity role because Henderson is a good pass protector. He's despite him maybe not being as big as Judkins, he is a good pass protector.
Monster. Bro, he's so aggressive with his pass protection.
Yeah, and they're throwing it up on the TV, but he will absolutely level some linebackers coming through and in corners. Like if you're going to send someone in there, you better send Kyle Hamilton. You better not send Ardarius Washington to go in, or it's going to be a rough day at the shop. So
hey, like father, like son, checking back in. Wanted to say hey to you, man. What's going on? Looks like you're in some fatigues there on a plane. So you're kind of guy there, Yuri. You're kind of guy there. Bringing up Azariah Thomas. Let's bring up the slide on Azariah Thomas and go over him because I think, the draft process hurt him. There's just no other way to say it. Senior Bowl was a perfect illustration of my first two notes on him. When they were doing the goal line drills, Azariah Thomas was pressing people. There wasn't a lot of space to work with. You saw his length show up at the catch point. I mean, there are guards in this draft. We just saw Marcus Mbow at 32-inch arms. Yeah. Azariah Thomas, 32 and 3/8 inch arms. Ability to jam wide receivers are already a plus, and he's young. I think he's still 20. He'll be 21 before the season starts. But when you get him in space, the separation allowed at the stem is a little bit concerning. And then he did not run at the combine. Speed was something that I think all of us were looking for with Isaiah Thomas. Reported mid 4.5s at the pro day. Of course, you get a range of, there's not like an official time, different scouts timing him anywhere from like a 4.54 to a 4.58. So Isaiah Thomas, an interesting guy, but he is an outside corner. And I could see the value just being too great where they think they can work with him on his footwork and get him a little bit better in space, anticipating those routes and changing direction.
I don't know how many like slowish outside corners we're trying to get though. That's kind of that's my concern about him. But he is young, like you said. He's not even 21 yet, so I think that improves his draft stock.
Yeah, to me, that would signal the Ravens wanting to run more man, press man in particular, because Wiggins could do it, Humphrey can do it. You got someone like Thomas who can also do it. Tampa as well. So that could be the fit they want. Is they want to run 2-man and run the split safety with Starks and Hamilton, and then kind of do a little bit of rotation between whatever happens underneath. But the 4.58 add on top of, to the point of what you made, that was a huge concern of mine, was separation to stem. I'm very worried that the long speed isn't there to be able, like if he doesn't have his hands constantly on someone, you get one of these shifty receivers that can really work that stem. It's not a great day. It's not a great day. Now, of course, they just drafted Starks, and maybe the thought is like, who cares about long speed? We got it. We got two safeties that can play on the back end. But if you want to run cover 3 and some of the single high stuff, you got to be able to trust someone to be able to handle the comebacks and the routes that cut very quickly. And I don't know if that's what I trust in him at all.
Yeah, still young though, so I will come back to that. But the speed is what it is. The 2 points I would make, I thought you made a great point with Starks. Maybe they think, look, we got a rangy free safety now. It's going to be hanging out on that side. We put Isaiah Thomas at right corner. We let him press, and if somebody beats him deep, we got an instinctive ball hawk behind him that can read that, and is right in his range, right in Starks' range. So that could be one factor. And then the other factor that you brought up, was just an excellent point, is it is a zone league now. We're seeing corners not run as fast, get drafted earlier. We're seeing the pay scale kind of leveled off for corners. I mean, the wide receivers are getting paid. The corners are not, because we're playing a lot of zone defense nowadays. We're playing a lot of safer. It's less about getting these freak athletes. But you still play man-to-man. It's not like man-to-man has completely disappeared. So if you want to go to more of a man scheme and trust him in that, Isaiah Thomas is the guy. Bears selection. The Bears get a weapon for Caleb Williams. He didn't last too long. It's that man out of Missouri. I think that's high upside in Luther Burden.
DJ Moore, Rome Odunze, Luther Burden, Colston Loveland too. They really want to. That offense is and Cole Kmet too. They paid a lot of money to. That's an interesting fit. I honestly didn't see that coming. I thought maybe they would go defense, but new coach Ben Johnson could see Burden used in a similar role to Jameson Williams.
Right.
Not as fast, but some of the gadget play. Burden is a great prospect. He shouldn't have lasted this long. I don't know why teams are down on him. Maybe the stupid practice footage of him running routes against other players in practice. That was just such a gimmick to me. But great player. I think he can work very well at the stem as a backside Z motion player. Fluid in his route running, fluid in his hips, sinks. Like, he has a lot of the plus traits you need as a receiver. And I guess the knock for him is that he doesn't go a million miles an hour every play. And I'm like, whatever.
You get him motivated. I think he's just, he's a wide receiver. Let's put it that way. And I don't think he's like a George Pickens, Chase Claypool type personality.
Right.
He obviously cares. He plays his butt off. Yeah, and like Jeremiah is saying, that whole division is good now. Really is a good division. I took some heat from my Detroit Lions. We had Simply in here yesterday, who is a big Jared Goff fan and has grown an affinity to the Lions. But man, I can't see them having the type of year they had last year. Minnesota's going to be good. Green Bay's going to be good. And the Bears, you didn't mention Keenan Allen. I thought he was still on the team. And then they paid for their interior O line. So somebody said earlier, I think it was JP, Caleb Williams got a lot to work with, like no excuses for Caleb Williams type thing.
Yeah.
Except for the fact that he's still only in his second year. But agreed, there will be a lot of expectations raised for Caleb Williams with these picks.
Got Ben Johnson there. He's heard the good word about the virtual reality training that Daniels did. Maybe that'll help him get on up to speed. But hey, man, here's my question for you. You said Luther Burn, he's a wide receiver. Is he the kind of guy that will tweet, "The enemy speaks kindly and holds a knife"?
I would definitely think so.
You think so? That's in the range of outcomes? Yeah. I mean, look, the first day they took Loveland, they're trying to get their Sam Laporta, and then you made a good comp with J-Mo. And I think I'm excited to see what Ben Johnson does with this team. I mean, they got some great pieces now. They invested in the offensive line. Could be a really electric offense.
Well, he was at the freaking practice field last night at like 12 a.m. He said, "I'm gonna show that."
Yeah. Legend.
Yeah, see, that's the kind of guy you're getting with him, and it shows in his play style. He's an excitable player. Like he cares. That's what I like about Burden is you can tell he cares. Shador to the Saints. The Saints are up now. If the Saints get Shador, here, I feel like this is a huge win for them because they're getting a quarterback that a lot of people thought that they could take 9th overall or have to trade up for. This was a month ago, and now they're sitting here at pick 40, and they're hugging each other in the room as the pick is in. So we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, you can't fault a team for trying to get emphasis for trying to get a franchise left tackle and a quarterback in a draft. Can't fault them for it.
I mean, I think I like Shador better than a lot of analysts I've seen. Like I don't know. I watched a lot of his receivers and games played against him, and the guy just seems like a pain to deal with. Like nothing looks real pretty with him, but I think they underestimate his mobility. His mobility's functional. He's not Lamar, but he's like he's not mobile. He don't have a big arm. I've seen him make plays on the run. He's got some athleticism. So yeah, the thing that bothered me most about Shador is him holding the ball and taking sacks, Yuri. And my God, is that an issue in the NFL? With all the complex coverages and the disguises and stuff.
Yeah, I think the processing for him will have to speed up, but I think you can also dumb it down. And an offensive coordinator and Kellen Moore. Someone like Kellen Moore can, similar to Hurts, just, hey, this is what you need to do. We'll make it easy on you. Here's Alvin Kamara who can run 1,000 yards for you and catch the ball in the backfield. Check it down if you need.
Well, the disrespect has grown for the Sanders family as Tyler Shuck is their quarterback now.
Oh yes.
Tyler Shuck to the Saints.
Oh, man. I'm so humored.
Man, Shador day 3, man, that would cause some waves. And hey, man, one of the beauties of this being a Ravens-centric show is I bet like on all the draft shows, this is filling up all their talk. Like, we can sit here and talk about Azariah Thomas and some other guys, but it is definitely a national story. Tyler Shuck is not much younger than me, and he's going to be quarterback of the Saints over a guy like Shador. That's pretty insane.
This is the first prospect that's older than me to get picked. They're all my age or younger.
So I had my crisis this year, fellas. There were people in the draft that are younger than my youngest son.
Let's have a moment for that one.
Wish I had something else in my cup but water. But yeah, I saw the birth date. I'm like, wait a minute. My guy was born before the no.
Yeah. Shuck, I think with him, this is purely to me a traits pick. Like I think the sourness on Sanders outside of whatever is just the traits in terms of like big arm and runs fast and all that stuff. Like, teams try like, we don't see that. But I think with Shuck, they do see the arm. The 4.6 speed is there. Does he really show that a lot? No, not really. I'm not a fan of taking older quarterback prospects, to be honest with you. Maybe they see what Jaden Daniels was last year and they're like, okay, we think we can get someone into our offense that has had a lot of experience, and that's interesting.
I also think I saw a note that might be incorrect, but Shuck was Justin Herbert's backup in college.
Well, there you go.
Another note on like the 26-year-old who's been through injuries and transferred. So, man, it is wow.
Ooh, Buffalo just traded up. Are we thinking they're going to go for Green? I feel like we're kind of
As
on
a
Green
Rocky.
watch. Oh, fair enough. I somebody's going to do it, right? Like they're not going to go through 250 picks. Somebody's going to pull the trigger.
Yeah, whatever Mike Green did off the field must be pretty
bad.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean the PIs are definitely yeah.
I mean, it's one thing to be accused, but it's another thing for the teams to do their investigation and be like, no, man, you probably should have went in the top 10, but here we are, pick 41.
Yeah.
We don't want any of that smoke.
I'm looking at some of these teams coming up, and I don't know, like Cincinnati. I mean, I don't know if Pete Carroll's Raiders or.
I mean, Cincinnati would be a great choice, right? Because they don't really do much of their own analysis. They probably will look at the board and be like, I don't know, I don't get it. It's just.
Well, they had the Joe Mixon thing. That's why I'm like, maybe they don't care.
And Jermaine Burton last year dropped because of concerns. I don't know what his concerns were. I think it was more him just being a bleep, a bleep. But he's, greens are much more serious. And there's some smoke to that fire. It definitely. It's what makes making a big board challenging is, I don't know. Who knows? You try to guess, but it could have been just some random situations that are being settled, and some teams are comfortable with it. But obviously, nobody's comfortable enough to take them in the first 40 picks. So
Dallas is another one. Dallas, I think Sam Williams, when they drafted him, he had some sort of allegation.
Yeah, I think it was some violent stuff too, actually.
Yeah,
we'll see. So the Ravens inching ever closer here now. Wow, and there's still great players on the board. You mentioned Mike Green, situation with him. Donovan Eziraku is still on the board. To my surprise, 16 and a half sacks last year. Yuri and I's guy, Trey Amos, is there. Nick Scorton has some fans. Arianti Ursary, number 38 on my board. Excellent left tackle. I think he projects. He's just got the body type and the movement for it. Doesn't stand out. Not the quickest guy, but he just plays big and is hard to get around. You got some corners on the board with Darian Porter, Siobhan Revel, Azariah Thomas. Xavier Watts was just mentioned in the chat. A standout. At this point, Xavier Watts kind of stands out as a really good player if you need a safety. And, of course, wide receivers galore. Jalen Knoll, Kyle Williams, Trey Harris, our guy Hex's guy, still on the board. Those guys should be near the top of the list. And if you want to go on the defensive line, maybe guys that the Ravens are looking at, Josh Farmer, Darius Alexander, Alfred Collins, Shamar Turner, TJ Sanders has gotten a lot of love. I feel like TJ Sanders should be higher on my board. I should have put him higher. Like, that's a regret of mine right now. Like, why didn't you put TJ Sanders? I have him at let's just bring up his slide here. Yeah, but I'm disappointed in myself. I wanted to have him higher. I should have had him higher. So I have him at 61. So it's not a disrespectful ranking. It's a second round type ranking. But, it was a turnoff. I tweeted at you today when I first watched him, like the first 10 or 15 plays. I'm like, yeah, the Ravens don't draft guys like this. He gets up out of his stance. He pops up out of his stance instead of firing out. And he dances with the left guard, and he's good at it. He uses a club move and can get by him. Well, I'm like, yeah, this guy can't play the run. Guys like this are just trying to get to the quarterback. And then the more I watched him, the more I realized how great his eyes were. Seeing through his guy, through the guard that's blocking him, to the ball, finding the ball, making plays on the ball, and plays the runner way better than I expected because of those excellent eyes.
Yeah, he is really good to me at getting skinny and getting narrow in terms of a pass rush plan, good hip flexion. I'm curious, what are the Bills doing here? Are they going David Watts?
Yuri, we unfortunately were too late, brother. TJ Sanders picked by the Bills.
Dang.
Picked by the Buffalo Bills. That hurts. And that's their style of defensive linemen. Like, same thing with Omar Norman Lott. Alec, if we were running a 4-3 defense and wanted gap shooters and didn't care about our run defense, guys like Sanders and Norman Lott would be higher on the board. But I have to put kind of my personal bias aside with some of this and understand what the Ravens are looking for. So those classic like 4-3 gap shooting, one gap defensive tackles, I kind of drop down over the guys who can do both.
Exactly. And I think that's the thing that you got to remember, particularly on day 2, when you're looking at big boards and things of that nature. Everybody who does a big board, unless you're Jason from Hub Films, is doing a kind of a generalized big board for some like idea of a team, right? But at the end of the day, there's scheme fits, and that's where you'll start to see some differences in how they rank people. It's not that they don't like the player, maybe. It's just that the way they want to play, they're going to pick somebody different. And I think Jason does a good job of kind of reflecting that in the way he ranks players on his board. And that's why I think it's so accurate to what the Ravens have been able to pick over the years.
Yeah. TJ Sanders, Ed Oliver-esque. Yeah, the one gapper, very, very, very true. And Jim Eyes, guys who can do both are rare. That's what I saw in Derek Harmon. That's what I saw in him. Like his run defense on tape, I got frustrated with Derek Harmon. But yeah, he's there. Who would be the dream pick? For me, I'll look at my board and go first, give those guys time. Ezraku would be my number one priority. Trey Amos, number one priority. Would love Nick Scorton at 59. Those 3 would be my dream picks. I don't think any of them will last, but if they dropped, like I was saying with Scorton earlier, if he drops another 8, 9 picks or so, 10 picks or so, I would be looking to give up one of those fourths. Or whatever it would take. Maybe Alec could help us to go get an impact player at edge or corner.
You're looking in. You're giving up 129 to move up just 5 picks. So you gotta really like the guy.
A 4th round pick basically is worth 5 slots.
Yep.
Okay.
129 would be worth 5 slots.
So I guess
it's a fit with the Chargers for what it's worth. Like you could go to the Chargers, you go to Green Bay potentially. They're the 2 guys that you might be able to make the trade with. Maybe the Chargers. This is where the Chargers, you give them Mark Andrews.
Maybe you're right. That's a good point.
I'm not saying I'm doing it. I'm just saying that could be the place.
Yeah. So the Chargers are picking what? Pick 53 or so? 55. Okay.
Well, the meme with like the guy with the stick and he's like, "Come on, do something." That's kind of how I feel with like the potential of trades. I'm like, come on, maybe just flip Mark Andrews. Like whatever. Like ignore all the outside and the playoff game. Just do something.
So hey, I mentioned Ezraku, Scorton, and Amos. Any other dream picks you guys want to add to this? Add to that list? Come on, Yuri, you got a big board over there. Dream pick.
I know. I'm thinking. Dream pick.
I think
Jordan Burch would be fun. It wouldn't be my dream pick, but it would be a lot of fun. I want that skill set. I really do. I want that 5-4-eye pass rush type of guy, so we can replace Brent Urban on the second team. Like I really want that.
Okay, so this is.
I mean, Trey. Yeah, that would be another one.
This guy, when you said Brent Urban, did I put Brent Urban? Yeah, I did. Think Brent Urban in the things. But rare body type. It's 6'6", 332, 34 and 5/8 inch monster, long arms. Rare body type and length to find the mismatches on the O-line. Like, can you imagine a body type like this against an undersized guard? You're just going to have to double team them. The ability to stack, shed, the run-stop ratio, some of the numbers that he puts on, best in class. Has a knack for batting passes. Think Brent Urban. He does play a bit too tall, but one thing I noticed, Alec, when it was like, 3rd and short, 4th and short, goal line situations, Collins is able to get low, fired out, and create a big pile there too. So, yeah, he plays a little high, you know what I mean, because he's just so tall and big.
So tall.
But this guy would be like when Yuri brought up Jordan Birch, this was the guy I thought of. I had to give him a true second round grade. He can bat down the passes. He can play that 4-eye if you want him to, and really be a problem.
Yeah, it's good to be able to see that on film, Jason. Like you said, when you see this kind of profile, this kind of body shape, at first you're get excited for the size, but then you think to yourself, he might be going to lose leverage quickly and have trouble with the size. So that's the number one thing you have to see him be able to overcome, and it's good to hear that he's already able to do that at the college level. The length is really exciting. You got quarterbacks that I think the passes can be deflected in our division, for instance. Not necessarily the tallest sometimes, and I think we could use this kind of skill set.
The length that's what popped out to me immediately on film was like, holy, this guy's got to have 35. Like the first thing I saw, I'm like, this guy's got to have 35-inch arms, and 34 5/8 is pretty close.
Right.
Close. Yeah.
And that's a big point to me, Yuri, is that I like to guess their length before the combine. Like, I want to see how they play. Like, their 40-yard dash time. I want to guess. Like, with Albert Collins, when I saw him, I'm like, yeah, this guy plays really long. I wonder if he is long or if he's just good at using length. And he does both. So, Mason Taylor, tight end, my positional favorite, goes to the Jets. They pass on Brock Bowers last year. They pass on a tight end in the first round and grab themselves somebody that I believe in. Nephew of Jason Taylor, or is it son of Jason Taylor? I forget. But yeah, this guy, I talked to Alex Zeroff about Mason Taylor. Alec, our tight end expert, our Isaiah Likely lover in the draft that came to fruition. Talk to me about my guy, Mason Taylor.
I didn't want to like him, but as I watched more of him, I did like him. I think I had him as my number 4 tight end behind Fannin. Now, I understand Fannin was me just basically trying to get a Likely round 2. I got really excited about what I was seeing with him, but one of his biggest comps is Mark Andrews, and I get it. Like, he has that prototypical tight end build, and the way he kind of moves in space, you see in the highlight right now that extension he can get over the middle and attack the seams. He's a threat, man. I think he would be an immediate starter for them. The team known to be looking for a tight end, they addressed it in the second round.
To me, he was. They compared him to Zach Ertz. I compared him to another Eagles tight end, Zach Miller. The ability to work in line, and he's a competent blocker, but the receiving ability, the game and him against Ole Miss, the ability to extend at the goal line, like back of the end zone, like this is you. And that's why like the Mark Andrews comp was there, because he can do those type of things in the red zone and be a threat, working the middle of the field, and certainly be an easy target for someone like Justin Fields, who has notoriously not been a middle of the field quarterback. Maybe build some confidence there and build some trust. Muted again. Muted, Jason.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Oh, no. Come on, man.
So our guy Alfred Collins gets picked by the 49ers. They just have a knack for that, don't they?
Yeah. Dude, this is so much fun, though. I just want to reiterate, we talked about at the top of the stream. Like, look at all these guys that we enjoy seeing coming off the board. Such quick pace. Get to talk about so many guys so fast, We knew that there were going to be a lot of guys we like picked before us, so you got to just enjoy the journey.
Yeah, it stinks. It stinks, but it's good. I'm looking at the cornerback position right now. I don't know if you guys can see that. It's the second one from the end is cornerback. The second one from the right on the end. But running backs, everybody with a second round grade is wiped out. Wide receivers, only 2 with a second round grade remain. The tight ends with a second round grade are gone. Only Ariante Ursery remains on the offensive line. When we're talking about second round grades and above. Edge, Mike Green, Azaraku, Scorton. We've talked about the depth already. A couple of defensive linemen. But it's the corners. Trey Amos, Darian Porter, who I expect to drop, actually. He's my positional favorite. Siobhan Revel, Azariah Thomas, and Xavier Watts. So there's still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 DBs that I really like, gave second round grades to available. It's still early. It's pick 44. So we've only gone through 11 picks there. But yeah, want to get to Jeremiah's comment though. Tight ends are one of the highest injury rate positions. I don't know why everyone seems comfortable giving away the league leader in tight ends for draft position. I would say, I love Mark Andrews. I still think that there's a good chance he's on the team and he's productive and he scores 8 to 10 touchdowns again. The big talking point for the Ravens is that they're looking at the future. So it's not, the draft isn't just about this year, it's about the future. Isaiah Likely is probably going to stay, in my opinion, and be the tight end of the future. You got Kolar, who's probably going to leave and spread his wings somewhere else, be a receiving tight end. And the only other, they're all free agents at the end of the year. And the only other person on the board is Mark Andrews, who actually has value. So do you want to refill the whole tight end room after this year and fill 3 spots? Ricard's a free agent, so you can count that as 4. Or are you going to make some moves now and make sure that you're not SOL after this season? So I wouldn't say they're going to give them away. We know the Ravens, Jeremiah, they're not going to give a tight end away. But I do think that there's legitimacy to the Mark Andrews rumors, guys.
Yeah, and the point is that the reason why we're comfortable is because they have 2 competent players behind him to step in, and then you add in that they'll probably, if they trade him, they're absolutely going to add one in this draft class. So the skill set of Andrews being a Y, and I think it would have been maybe more comfortable if they drafted someone like Emeka at 27, and then you're kind of like, okay, there goes this, like, now we have an opening for slot snaps, and Likely can go back to maybe being more the flanker role as a tight end, but they have competent replacements. It's not like it's Mark Andrews and Nick Boyle with one leg, and Eric Tomlinson, the tight end that we signed like 53 times during 2021. It's not like that.
So, hey, Ariante Ursery, Minnesota, 6'6", 331.
Damn.
Yeah, and he's not, when you look at his stance, Alec, or you look at his vertical set, rather, he doesn't stand out to you like Rosengarten with the typewriter feet. He's not that kind of mover. He's more of a bigger, methodical, smooth mover. He's very poised and patient as a blocker. He trusts his ability. And he's one of those guys, Yuri, that I would have thought he was 34-plus inch arms because he uses his length very well. He pushes people around the pocket. It's like a more of an Orlando Brown style offensive tackle where you're just not getting around the dude. Like, it's just really hard to do. Upper body power is evident, smooth and natural. He ran a lot of zone runs there in Minnesota, but he's better suited, in my opinion, for downhill scheme where he can just get on people and move them around. 3 years started, all 38 games at left tackle in the Big Ten. So we got plenty of chances to see his pass blocking chops on the blind side at a Big Ten school.
And they're good. They're very good. He is very good pass blocking chops. And like you pointed out, the deployment of length, also the hand usage, like very efficient striker, and the ability to not maybe the most athletic, but he was in, to your point, a zone scheme. Minnesota loved running zone. So at least we know with the Ravens being more multiple, he could certainly slot in. I'm assuming you're bringing up for a reason, but he could certainly slot in at guard for us. And
yeah, that was my question. That was my question. Any concerns with him slotting in the guard? As a potential option.
Dang.
Donovan Ezeraku finally goes. The good news, he's going to the NFC in Dallas. Man, he stayed on the board way too long, in my opinion.
Yep.
So now the only 2 guys from the first row are Will Johnson with the injury and Mike Green with the with all the stuff he has going on. So yeah, it's a pretty chalk looking board. And Alec, I'm surprised because, from studying the draft and how people are analyzing it, these grades are all over the place starting right now.
Yeah, and I mean, you could even argue it started a little bit earlier in this kind of flatter draft that we were talking about yesterday. Not as many top end talents, not as many true first round grades. But yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, like the teams are going up there, and I'm not guessing right. Like, I'm trying to think who they're going to pick.
Where are the reaches at? That's what I'm saying. Where are the reaches? Let's get crazy.
We only had one yesterday, old Tyreek Williams.
Well, that's what that's what EDC's been saying. He's like, people are getting sharp. They're going online. They're seeing Jason from Hub Films YouTube channel. They got a bunch of people who are doing content now. It's like the cat's out of the bag, like
yeah.
Maybe Shuck was a Reese, but you figured there'd be one quarterback. Maybe Shador gets picked.
That's fair. That's
fair.
Be happy.
Yeah,
that was a good point.
So back to you though, Yuri Ursary guard potential.
Yeah, I think it worked. I think the pass protection shots are there. The movement skills are good enough, and then the ability to engage as a run blocker is also plenty enough to be able to work in a scheme, especially if some of these guys. And the concern is with they're a tackle, they need a transition to guard for them to fit here. Well, you're going to sandwich them between two Pro Bowlers with Linderbaum and Stanley. So I think no matter what, as long as we put a halfway competent person in between those two, especially in regards to this draft, it'll be okay.
Jonathan Taylor at the podium now. The team from Indianapolis is on the clock. And they take a player that's a really good player, really safe player in JT Tuimoloau. So an edge rusher does go. He goes before Scorton. He goes before Landon Jackson. He goes before Braden Swinson. JT Tuimoloau, just a very heady, smart player, solid player, high floor player.
The Colts love taking 21-year-old high relative athletic score guys that are just littered all over my board of people that I like. Now, do they ever pan out for them? Sometimes they do, and then sometimes they have Anthony Richardson. I will say that JT was that prototypical power rushing Ravens style of edge rusher. I think was it 15 sacks last year or some like he is productive. He has a
he was productive when it counted too, like their national title run in big games against big opponents.
Yeah. So he great pick for them. Can, like I said, can rush the passer and set the edge. Would have been nice to have in that Jadeveon Clowney role. I am very I'm not upset because I think that's just the way that the cookie crumbles, but it is unfortunate.
So Alec, Tuimoloau was a guy that I thought the Ravens would really like. I thought the Ravens would like him even more than I did because he came in, I want to say his freshman year, sophomore year. He had 2 interceptions, batted down passes. Like Yuri is saying, on that strong side where we saw Clowney. You're talking about a physical player, run defense, easy translator. He has produced as a pass rusher, but like his IQ intelligence was one of the best in the class. A part of that was luck. The 2 interceptions, the quarterback threw it right to him, but he was still in the right spot. He never really repeated that. But yeah, the Sam backer is what I'm going for here. I see others putting a big emphasis. We need a Sam. And I've been downplaying that a lot, saying that we're finally getting our 4 rushers, allowing them to rush. We're not having Tyus Bowser drop into coverage 50% of the time.
Who's saying we need a Sam?
I don't want to say, but I'm still hearing that. So I'm asking Alec, I guess I got your opinion, Yuri. Do we need a linebacker who can drop back in coverage, or are we just going to go nickel and let our 4 rush up?
Yeah, I think Sam is
obsolete.
Over in this NFL in this version, this iteration of the NFL, what we're dealing with right now. It's not the concern, frankly.
Why drop? Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off. Just let me interject this point. Why drop another edge rusher into coverage when we're spending all this capital on safeties and linebackers and
confusion, deception, bro?
Right. Yeah, but that's what it was about.
Yeah, I know. But what's the value of that? What's the value of investing in such a oddity type skill set? I mean, it'd be nice, like someone like Olodejo as like a quote unquote Sam, like cool. I mean, I still would like him to be also a good pass rusher, which he's very raw, but he does fit the Tyus Bowser mold. But in terms of just, didn't mean to cut you off, and please continue after I'm done. Just I think Sam's very obsolete, and in this NFL, I don't think it fits.
It is. I mean, even in a world of 12 personnel, like the answer isn't to have a Sam, it's to have your big nickel situation. That's my opinion.
Right.
So,
and J Dub's saying now, like, Harrison played a lot of Sam, and that was what you're talking about in that 12-13. He wasn't there to drop in coverage. He was there to set the edge.
Yeah. Man, and the other thing that's crazy about Harrison is like he was a liability in coverage. So, kind of maybe a reminder that you're asking a lot out of a linebacker to be able to pull that off, and I don't think it's the right move.
Yeah.
The other thing is kind of what's that?
I said, and an edge rusher too, to ask an edge rusher to kick out.
Yeah.
Like for a while, we had Owe playing Sam for a little bit because of a couple of injuries and things, and that was hard. It was hard to watch a 6'5" edge rusher drop into coverage.
It's hard. Yeah, it's hard enough to be a good pass rusher in this league. Like, no more distractions necessary. Right. I'm kind of like a boring guy in this way, where I'm like, maybe your coverage player should do the coverage thing, and maybe your pass rusher should, like, I don't know, rush the passer. Just an idea.
Yeah, I mean, deception's cool and all. A lot of our deception comes pre-snap, and a lot of our deception is in the secondary.
Yep.
Like, that's where the deception comes from. It's not like the old 3-4 zone blitzes that we used to run. They were great. They were fun. I'll always have a soft spot in my heart for it because we could overload the side. You weren't ready for it. But the quarterbacks that we're facing and the offensive coordinators now have prepared for that. It's just kind of an evolution of the game. They have the evolution for it. You're not tricking good teams anyway. And if you're facing a bad quarterback, you don't need to trick them. So that, we saw Wink get burned with that and run out of town. And Alec can attest to this. I was way ahead of the curve when it came to we don't need a Sam anymore with Mike McDonald. I mean, I saw it right away. Like I dropped him. I took him off my board. Like you guys are saying, maybe it's kind of important for your pass rushers to be able to rush the passer first.
I got the request here for a JJ nerd to see what it would cost to move up. So here's the kind of thing, man. The pick that's about to come up after the Rams, it probably costs us our 3rd round pick. Is there anyone on the board that you give up your 3rd round pick to go get? I would say hard no.
If Mike Green wasn't
yeah. If like sure in the if yes.
Rams select on the clock. I'm wondering if they take Shador.
They're definitely a
Milrow or Amos. Milrow.
I would take Milrow though. Yeah, I agree. Like, if I'm drafting a quarterback, I'm trying to get a freak. Like,
yeah, I agree.
You don't take doubles when it comes to quarterback.
No, you don't.
So, Alec, one of your guys that you weren't as high on as others, Terrence Ferguson, tight end from Oregon, goes to the Rams. Talk about what you liked about Ferguson, but also what was holding you back on him.
You watch his highlights, and he did a lot of tight end things, and that's good, but I thought he was just kind of a linear athlete, didn't have the best change of direction, and I think that's super duper important. Like when I look at tight ends, and it might be my disposition when it comes to like what the Ravens like to do, it's like I want guys that are really like so comfortable in their route running. They know where the soft spots and zones are. They just like have that innate ability. I'm honestly pretty surprised that he went this early. I knew I was being a little much with him, right? I knew I buried him a little bit in my evaluation, but this seems really rich. Over Arroyo, very surprising. Over Fanis, very surprising, in my opinion. Not maybe surprising to other analysts, but like I think Arroyo not going here is super surprising. That's tough.
The Rams are usually right, though, Yuri.
Dude, that's the thing. I know. I'll fully admit, I love Rams picks. Whenever the Rams pick a guy I like, I'm like, see, they get it. They know so well. So they're probably just, I might be getting dunked on here.
They're good. Yeah. They drafted, they have Tyler Higbee, and they just drafted Tyler Higbee. To me, that's what the style of player he feels like.
What do you think about him being Cooper Kupp? basically a
Who?
receiver. As Josiah is saying, he's basically a receiver with the typo there. What do you think about Ferguson being the Cooper Cup in the slot?
I'm honestly I'm not buying that. I don't think I don't think he has that type of East and West athleticism to be able to pull that off.
Hey, we have a happy moment here as Will Johnson gets selected by Arizona Cardinals.
All right.
Eyes, ball skills, excellent off coverage. Richard Sherman is a comp that they just put on the TV. Man, just again, they had to take part of Will Johnson's knee and put it into his other knee. Cartilage damage, microfracture surgery, or things that I've heard. Serious injury. Really happy for Will Johnson. Hopefully, he has a good NFL career, even if it's not a long one.
You can speak freely on that. That has been tweeted. That picture I sent you has been tweeted. It's not inside sources.
All right, so from Yuri on Will Johnson, because I know people are. They asked me to. They asked me to. What's wrong with it? Why is it bad? Has major medical red flags. Here's what the DPT had to say about it. The procedure that Will Johnson had was called an osteochondral allograft transplant. Basically, they took a piece of bone and cartilage from his healthy knee, put it into his injured knee where he damaged cartilage, and it was to try to promote healing. Johnson had this procedure in 2023. So maybe that's why you saw the slower speed in 2024. I'm guessing that's definitely why. Typically, these grafts do take and upholds for upwards of 10 years. So the procedure works overall, but only 73% of athletes returned at the same or higher level. So most people don't get back, or a lot of people don't get back to their true speed and movement in that knee. Some studies show as high as 87% can return to play. What I don't see clearly is how long their careers were. But the study that I'm seeing, 2 of the 15 subjects were NFL players. They could not return to play. So, going out and playing softball is one thing, Gary. Playing NFL corner is another.
It is. That's a tough ask for that knee to stay healthy. I mean, best case scenario, he's kind of like Stanley, where when he's healthy, he's a top, corner that you have to adjust for inflation, top 25 player at the position. And it's a good pick. The Cardinals have struggled immensely at cornerback long term. They have my guy Starling Thomas over there playing corner for them. They took Max Melton last year, and then you had in someone like Will Johnson, a little more of that playmaking. Marcus Peters is a lazy comp, but Marcus Peters-esque corner where he can really change the game for you. And you hope he stays healthy because he is a very talented football player.
So yeah, the Texans just traded up ahead of the Bengals. Would be a pretty good spot for Xavier Watts.
They got Bullock. No. They got Bullock and.
Oh yeah,
they're good. They're good at safety.
Yeah, I forget who else, but it's definitely when I was looking at them picking ahead of us in the first round.
Petrie.
Jalen Petrie, right?
They're fine at safety. I think they're coming up. They got.
It's funny how they have like the exact JJ points. It's funny how that kind of works out. They're like, oh, okay, we can do this.
Offensive line. Who's even? I mean, Irsay? No.
Yeah, I don't know. They may want. I mean, they have Tunsil there. A lot of people like our guy Ursuri as a right tackle. Because of the makeup that we talked about.
Well, they got Titus Howard. I think they like him.
Okay. For whatever reason, I thought Ursuri already went.
I'm thinking. They got a receiver.
One thing I wanted to bring up, by the way, guys. Oh, go ahead.
No. I'm just sorry. I'm listing out names. Like they have Brevin Jordan, who's also for Miami, so Arroyo could.
I mean, yeah, O-line.
Oh yeah, they Washington. There you go.
They did pay for a tackle. They have a free agent tackle. I don't know if you have their depth chart. Somebody I'm forgetting, but they paid good money for a tackle this year.
Yeah, they did, but I think it might be a one-year guy actually.
Yeah.
One thing I want. One thing I wanted to bring up about the knee injury too that I'd be concerned about is all the surrounding things in the chain. Unfortunately, when you're compensating for one thing, that's how you pull a hammy. That's how you get other issues. You tweak something else, and that's what I would worry about. Like kind of going back to Jason's point, when you're playing at the NFL level, you're trying to play so hard. When you have one thing that's a little faulty, I think you could be in the shop a lot. Corners already are, and now it's even worse, right? When you already have like a vulnerability.
Big board looking pretty clean, fellas. Aside from the old Mike Green up there hanging out by
clean.
himself.
And by the way, man, like you're not alone at all. Green was a top 10 consensus guy. You know what I mean? So
we knew what he had in the bag. We still put him up there anyway, though.
Yeah. Yeah, they got Cam Robinson, is what JP is saying. So, maybe it's a 1 year deal, short term thing. Ursary, you can't go wrong with the tackle, especially like with all the problems they had on the O line last year. Pretty much derailed their season, almost got CJ Stroud killed.
Yeah, if it is an offensive line, I'm not sure. I'm going to agree with it. This could be a Omar Norman Lott team as well. They seemingly like that skill set up front.
Not gonna lie, I'm looking at number 47 on Jason's big board right now and kind of thinking about that powerfully for our second round pick. I know it'd be a little spicy, but it'd be fun.
I can't see it.
Williams, wide receiver.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, because I'm also thinking to myself, like, I feel like he's like not likely to be there, but at the same time, like if he is, it could be a really interesting pick and kind of out left field. But
they got him going in the third round. Like I don't get it. So I'm
but
kind of
the thing is, bro, that everyone says that, and then literally every analyst is like, "But I like him earlier," and it's like, why aren't you ranking him higher?
That's so funny.
Like they all like, I think I like him earlier, but everyone's saying the third round, so I guess we should say the third round. Like, I don't know. I think someone's gonna bite.
JP bringing up Farmer. Yeah, he is my start guy. 9 sacks and 25 starts. You see the sack production. You see the length, 35-inch arms. So he's built, like, to me, perfectly. He's got that Matabike type build, 6'3", 305. Violent attacking, style of play, good pad level, powerful. It's outstanding length. You see him shed people easily. Like, they're not close to his pads. Ariante Ursary was the pick, by the way. So we recalled that one. Big frame for Farmer, has the ability to finish and be a 3-down player. He just needs to be more consistent versus the run and add to his pass rush, Yuri. So I like them better. I think that the tools are there for him to be a starting star 3-tech.
You talking about Farmer?
Yeah, Josh Farmer.
Yeah, the arm length. I love Jason Kelsey did a pod and he said that a lot of the time, some of the shorter, quote unquote shorter, I know 6'3" and short, some of the shorter but longer armed defensive tackles would give him so many fits because he said Puna Ford was a shorter defensive tackle with long arms that gave him fits. And you add someone like Farmer to the skill set group, and you can, to me, the compliment to Matty BK and Travis Jones is another twitched up 3-tech that can displace as well as 2-gap. And I think Farmer certainly fits that. And at 59, I'm looking at my chops. I'm looking at my chops now. 59, we're 11 picks away. And so far the board is looking juicy if you want a corner or a defensive lineman.
Not so much on the offensive line, though, guys. My goodness.
No, not at all.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of saw that coming, though, a little bit, right? We said the trenches might be addressed early. Also, just the pure numbers wasn't that super high, I felt like, with the guards. I think where it really opens up is round 3 and 4, where you start having a lot of options there. But at the same time, they'll have a little bit of a compromise.
So the Bengals with kind of I wouldn't say surprise pick, but he was definitely inside linebacker, number 3 for me. I just like him. He's physical. It's going to be about the coverage for him, Yuri. And that's Demetrius Knight from South Carolina.
Yeah, a lot of, I think underneath, working uphill, he's a great linebacker, but everything behind him was not there for me. A lot like Jermaine Pratt. Honestly, when I think about it, Jermaine Pratt, maybe a little bit of, not as violent, but perfect. Like, he is the average Bengals linebacker. Like, I don't think he goes away from the mold of what they've had in the past, but he certainly fits what they like to do as a 4-3 linebacker. So nice solid pick. I think I had him board wise about the same. I want to say about the same.
Yeah, I had him lower. I think I just took him off at 68. So not terrible, but I saw a drop off a 2 down Mike that changed the direction in his instincts. You can get him if you run a reverse or you run a misdirection. He gets himself out of position, and it's hard for him to change direction and close clearly. Like you said, downhill. He shows that burst, Yuri, when there's space there to be had, and he just fires. That's when you see some range. I think he ran into 4.5s. Should have put that on the graphic. But physical, old school, like he plays like he knows he's the baddest dude on the field. So he's got that like in close quarters, working in traffic, sheds with purpose, not afraid. He looks like he loves to be a physical player. So that's what the Bengals are getting with Demetrius Knight. They had Jermaine Pratt. They have Logan Wilson. So yeah, he's going to be in there on first and second down, trying to bang with Derrick Henry.
Yeah. Seattle the pick is in. Zabel, Eamon Wari. I mean, it could be receiver time for them. I'm going to be honest. JSN and Cooper Kupp is not moving me. I mean, just who's your outside receiver out of the two of them. So hopefully they can find that skill set. I would have loved Jaden Higgins here. Obviously, he's gone, way gone for them. But as a Mike McDonald truther, I really hope that they can find maybe Trey Harris. I mean, maybe a little rich for Trey Harris, but certainly fits the outside skill set role that they could be looking for. And then after that, it's tough. This is not an outside receiver class. It really
is not. But even that said, though, Yuri, I'm still kind of like a little surprised that here we are at pick 50 and only 5 receivers have been taken. For a normal draft, that seems very low. There are basically 10 positions in the NFL, as you can see there listed across the screen, plus the quarterbacks. So to have only 5 go in 50 picks, it's like you would think there would be receivers would be ahead of that pace of safeties and linebackers and that kind of thing. Almost as many running backs as receivers taken to this point. So Jalen Noel, Kyle Williams, they're inside guys too, though. Yuri, Kyle Williams is a little extra. I like your call on Trey Harris as an outside receiver.
Yeah, I mean, certainly squinting here, but Savion Williams is another one. Just in terms of body style, more of a Cordero Patterson, gadget type, but I could see Clint Kubiak really liking that Rashid Shaheed-esque player in someone like Savion Williams. That would make a lot of sense.
Love it. So yeah, we will see. So the Ravens now, how many picks away are we? Let's see. We have
9.
Pick 59. 9 picks away.
9 away. This is going by pretty quick. An hour and a half an hour, and it'll probably end up being 2 hours for a whole round. It's felt quicker than 2 hours, I'll tell you that.
Definitely. So, hey, we have a guest joining us. Luckily, I'm able to see him because I have so many graphics in the waiting room that I actually have like 2 rows. So he could have been sitting there for until he gave up before I saw him. A favorite of ours, favorite of the show. Let's take this big board off the board so we can bring up our guy and the nickname, Debonair Dev Pantswell.
Oh.
Hey,
what's up, guys?
What's up, Dev? Hey, I
Hey,
don't
Dev.
get the chance to catch up with you too often. How is the boy? How's the family? I needed to ask that.
And I apologize for the setup. That makes me look about 5,000 pounds heavier than I actually am. That's my own self-consciousness coming through, but he's good. I think you know how it goes. Jason, about to be 3, just kind of crazy in May. So, he's been keeping us very busy. Speaking, he's like saying so many different things. It's crazy. Like just coming up with all kinds of stuff.
Hopefully, all good things. Hopefully, all good things.
Learning to negotiate.
Now, has he entered the stage? Has he entered the stage where he's like, "Look, Dad, that guy's fat," or like saying anything that embarrasses you in public?
Not yet, but I think it's coming pretty soon. It's like what's up? What's that? Like kind of like it's getting there.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's gonna come pretty soon. Yeah, but the other, I think he's very social. That's one thing. Like we get in an elevator, and he's chatting with anybody that's on there. And, yeah, he's great. So, but how are you guys doing? It's been a while.
We're doing great. Elijah Arroyo goes to the Seahawks. So the tight
You
ends
said it.
start
We were
flying
talking
off the
wide
board,
receivers,
man.
and I was like, what about a tight end here?
Take
Yeah.
tight ends. Take corners. I'm okay with that. Some of the corners can go off the board. The Ravens are actually coming up pretty quick here. This is not as bad as I thought.
So now, Dev, it looks like only 5 receivers taken, but 5 tight ends taken, and 4 running backs taken. So crazy, a down year for the receivers so far in this draft.
I noticed, yeah, it just seems like these guys. It just seems as though they're good. There's no like standout. It's not standout talent across the board. Even the guys that went in the first round to me were like they're solid, but just they don't build around them and that type of ability. I don't know. What do you guys think? What's any other reasons why that is the case, that you've had less wide receivers?
We made the point earlier about, I can't remember what position it was because it's been so many picked, but Sam, the discontinuation of the Sam linebacker in the modern NFL. The emphasis on everything that's going on between the hashes, I think that teams may be valuing tight end a little bit more, like the Ravens.
Yeah.
Talked about back in 2019 and 2020 and how much they value tight end, and a lot of people recognize like, hey, they're probably ahead of their time with that. Maybe too far ahead of their time, but it ends up working in their favor. And now you see some of these teams spending high draft capital on tight ends that they're average. They're like fine, like you said, they're fine prospects. Would I be running the card up for Terrence Ferguson with the Rams did? No, not really. But I think that would be my reasoning, is that teams are valuing 12 personnel and getting more of those big bodies on the field so they can still maintain leverage in the pass, but also run the ball as well.
So Scorton goes to Carolina.
That's a tough one.
Yeah,
we were close.
We're close, and that's somebody has a lot of love in the comments as well. But was asked to add weight, completely changed his body. What's so funny, Mr. Polianos?
I just saw a message on one of the group chats I'm in, and they were very upset about it.
Okay,
yeah, that's
I
a
think
tough
Gary's
one.
on that one too.
Any bad words on that?
Yeah, I can't say it on the program.
It was probably from Garnett.
No.
But he got back to where he was weight wise when he was at Purdue 2 seasons ago. He had 10 sacks. He had 5 this year. And A&M, they asked Jamar Turner to change his body. They asked Nick Scorton to change their body. Asked them both to get bigger. Asked them to do a lot of dirty work. And to me, for both of those guys, that shows me something. Dev, you bring a guy in, you ask him to gain 20 pounds in one off season, and they do it, and they do it in a good way. To me, that's a plus, that this guy's willing to work. That's not easy for everybody. And it wasn't terrible weight. It wasn't like they just showed up with a big belly. The guys worked hard and added muscle. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You can transform your body. We've seen that for the Ravens in different instances, right? I think they asked Jared Johnson to lose weight. He went from defensive tackle to strong side backer. So either way you go, that's a tough ask. If somebody's willing to do it and they do it, that is a tremendous sign from a commitment perspective, and just shows the team first mentality, and all good signs, right? Like intangibles wise. Looks like the edges are coming off the board though here.
Yeah, Oladejo just went. He was my position. Yeah, my positional favorite. So here I was thinking I was smart, guys. I got him all the way up at 63. I'm going out on a limb. I'm all smart. And there he goes at pick 52 to the Tennessee Titans. But I loved Oladejo's upside. Like, I feel like Yuri, when you see somebody who has a good feel for pass rush, you kind of know it. You see it. It's like, okay, he's not there yet, but for a guy who just started playing edge, like 2 games into the season, I think it was when they switched him
Yeah.
to edge, and he's got the tackles off balance, and he changes direction obviously really well as a former inside linebacker. I'm like, yeah, this guy has got something. They should have put him at edge earlier. That's where the money is made. So I really like the Oladejo pick. Obviously, he's just got a lot of upside, I think, with room to work, but a natural idea, like a good IQ for a pass rusher.
Right. It's the position convert that always intrigues me. Like receivers going to corner, corners going to receiver, because a lot of these guys, they'll play the same position. They will be from high school through college. They will play the same position, and that understanding of another position can help. And you see with him the ability to engage blocks a lot like Jalen Walker. To me, he's not as maybe strong as Jalen Walker was, but you saw with Jalen Walker, if you can engage an offensive lineman as a linebacker and be able to take on blocks, deploy your leverage, and use that to your advantage and that knowledge, and then you kick out to the edge, and be able to do the same thing was the intriguing factor to me with Oladejo. Like he has that knowledge of leverage deploying, the ability to be. I mean, he really did beat a lot of people as an athlete. And there was one thing early in the offseason that was really intriguing to me is like drafting some of these guys. The whole point of your coaching staff is to teach them the moves and the pass rush sets and all the things that eventually end up mattering in the NFL. But if you can get a guy that has high understanding and high ability to know what they have in their repertoire, you usually end up being right more often than not.
Yeah. So we have a question for from Bateman's season. My guy, I'm going to bring it up here. Are the O-line and edge rushers already picked clean? Well, the O-line, the guards went, but now it seems like there's been a freeze on them. So guys like Marcus Mbow are available. Let me go ahead to the big board. Marcus Mbow available, Tate Ratledge available, Wyatt Milam available, maybe a
Those
little
are
early.
all good guys.
Those are all good guys, whether
Yeah.
you think it's early or not. They would be worth the pick. You also got a guy that I love, like in Anthony Belton, who I think sticks at tackle, but could very easily be a dominant guard in this league. So you do have some offensive linemen there. As far as the edge, Mike Green, the allegations must be super serious. Number way high on my board, number 6, I believe, still out there. Landon Jackson still out there. Braden Swinson still out there. Princely Uman Yellen, I know a lot of people love, and Josiah Stewart. So it's getting picked pretty clean. There are still some good guards out there, though.
Yeah, that seems to be where the value lies to me right now. They were just to handicap a guy that can come in, because I get back to something Daniel Jeremiah said, and I think it's been said across the board that you can come out of this draft with 3 starters because of the depth of talent. And if you're a contender and you can come out of this draft with 3 stars, you're like one of the. I mean, if you're at the top of the cream of the crop group, I think that's where they're all vying with each other right now to try to get those 2 or 3, because that is. I mean, all the other teams are trying to play catch up, but need 4 or 5, right? So it's just kind of like to me, it's like a numbers game of if you get the guard, and you're able to have someone who can compete with Voorhees, you do pretty well with this talent that's left on the board. And I don't know if you just stretch just to get an edge at this point, or I think defensive tackle was the other area that really intrigued me. But I didn't necessarily believe they had to address that in this round. Like, I think if they get to round 3, even round 4, perhaps, like you could do some things there. That's my take, though. I think you go guard if that's where the best. It's the best player again, but still a player that feasibly could start for you and compete with Voorhees.
Absolutely,
Right.
I think Jim brings up a good point, Yuri. The DB.
Yep.
Go ahead if you want to, but the DBs.
No, just to build off Dev's point real quick. I agree. I think that the more often than not, the scenario is going to play out where the guard talent thins out, and this middle part of day 2, And you're going to end up still having good corners, good edges, good defensive linemen on the board at the next pick. So I do agree that you need to play the board just a little bit, and go with an offensive guard if you like one.
Mm-hmm. So Benjamin Morrison just went to the Bucs. I know that was Nikhil's guy. Great player. Hip injury cost him draft position, but another good corner. I tell you, when Jim say DBs are sticking out like a sore thumb, they are to me because you can see how highly I think of guys like Trey Amos, Darian Porter, Siobhan Revel, and that even Isaiah Thomas, even with his bad testing, has some good play there, especially in tight corners, a press corner, which is getting more and more rare. So the DBs, and then we see, I hope Watts isn't there from JP Bugs, because if Watts is there in round 2, then you're like, well, damn, we could have just waited for him.
I want to talk about that with you guys. I heard a lot of that from earlier today from responses to what I was tweeting about. I mean, I pretty much was only talking about Starks the whole time, and then some of the counters were Watts. Why not just wait on Watts? And I don't think it's a good strategy to wait on a player in the second round to fill a need at a position that quite clearly is lacking depth. It's like, but you could have traded down in theory to take Watts. I just don't agree. And I also think that as much as I like Marcus Williams, I think he's just a post safety. He was what he was. And if that's what Watts is as well, and that's mainly what he does, you're still in the same boat. And now with Starks, in theory, you can switch these guys, all of these guys, and play them in different positions. And I know, Jason, you're the DB guy, but like it struck me that there's two things on Watts. One is you're waiting for a player that you're just hoping comes to you, unless you're trading down and you're going to just take them, or you're also getting a player that is really, really proficient in that one area.
It's funny when you have a take, you tend to get it from both sides of the aisle. And, when I went on Sarah and Bobby's show, I was talking about taking the safety early, and they're like, well, we already have 2 starting safeties. We need this, we need that. But I'm thinking our best player is Kyle Hamilton. And if Kyle Hamilton has to babysit the back end like he did last year and not be around the ball, that is you're losing an asset. So I saw safety as a need. Now we're getting it from the other side of the aisle. Well, we could, where we need safeties. It's kind of funny how that works out. But I mean, obviously every team has needs, guys. This team is a little bit different because so many people are returning. The Ravens are in great shape.
That's such a great point about Kyle Hamilton, though. That's your best player. So you're gonna have him in almost a stripped down kind of role where he's helping to make sure they don't give up big plays on the back end. And I remember that when they had to make the move, there was an uproar. Not an uproar, right? But there was a lot of people that understood what they had to do because it was just so chaotic and unforeseen that Marcus Williams was going to be that much of a disaster. And they did what they needed to do, but it's like Marchionda playing right tackle. Yeah, he can play right tackle, and he did it when they needed him to do it, but that's not his strength. And as a Hall of Fame guard, right? That's what Yonda is. And I just think with Hamilton and take it a step further, guys, it's like he's such a transformative player to me. Like you can do whatever you want with him, and why would you limit him? If he is your best player, it makes no sense. It's kind of
we need Kyle to be around the ball. I was very thankful that the big play stopped and it turned us into a top defense. But still, like as a highlight guy, Dev, and I don't just take the statistical highlights. I'm watching the film and grading it and stuff, and I'm just seeing Kyle Hamilton's name less and less.
Yeah,
it's like I could
100%.
I could throw this play in there. I mean, he did a good job recognizing the go route and the corner getting beat, and he just jogged over there 10 yards and discouraged the throw. But that's not really like, are the people that watching even going to see that? Like, can't we get somebody else to do that? Like, it just it depressed me. So I have a humble brag here, guys. There goes Anthony Belton, my position.
That's a good pick.
they had him going in the 3rd round, 4th round. Your guy over here at Huddle It Up Films, humble brag time, had him at 59 overall. I loved him just because the last line there, scouts were concerned with whether he sticks at tackle, and I saw him, shut down Mike Green in the Senior Bowl setting, which is made for the pass rushers. Just the body control when shut down a Mike Green spin move, and I'm like, man, this guy's big, oversized. They're going to write him off as just some big, slump of a player, but nah, he's got some movement. So he gets to go, and the Los Angeles Chargers get their outside receiver as Trey Harris goes off the board.
I'm looking at the board now, guys, and I'm seeing, Farmer at D-line there, Alexander at D-line, and then, of course, you have the trio of cornerbacks, Porter, Revel, and Amos. I'm thinking to myself, are we going to, I wouldn't be surprised if they're like, can we make this 4th round pick we got in the back end a top 4th round pick, trade back a few slots, and see if we can still get one of those guys. It wouldn't shock me at all if that's the idea that they have and they're just trying to find the right partner.
Oh, you mean from this pick to trade back?
Yeah, man. Because I don't know if there's any of these guys that are screaming like, pick me now.
I don't know what Amos did, but
yeah, to me, I kind of don't like it, Alec, because I like Farmer a lot. I like Alexander a lot, and I like Amos
Alexander.
Yeah, and I like Amos a lot. So for me, like 4 picks away, there's 3 guys that I'd be thrilled with at 59.
Amos just screams Raven because this is such a value. It gets back to value. But I would agree. I could see where you're going with that, Alec. But I think
I don't love it, honestly. We have too many damn picks. But I'm like, can we convert a pick into something a little bit better? Is the only reason I would do it. I would not want to gain more picks.
Yeah,
I think you can still grab someone who could feasibly start at some position here. I don't know about I don't know about corner out. I think that's out. But the D line, yes, possibly, or get a lot of snaps. One of the other.
Really like the idea of going D line here. I hope if they pick, that's what they do.
Deb, are you limiting corner because they went defensive back round 1?
Yeah, I just think it would be a long shot, right? To move. Well, unless you're not sold on Awuzie, like he's not 100% all the way back. We don't know how he's going to play. That's a fair possibility. And if that's the case, I don't know enough about Amos. Can he play any slot? Like, is he a slot? Like, what's his?
He's an outside corner for sure.
Okay.
But the thing that I'm wondering is, now that they have Starks, now if I was me, I would leave him in the Marcus Williams role and forget about it. Let's not try to do too much with you. Starks, I saw a question from Shrimp Trawler. And by the way, Sut in the house too. Sorry guys, I got a lot going on. Thanks for everything last night, Sut, man. That was great night, great discussion. Sut really, really carried us last night. And Dev, your face is going to get covered up here for a while. But Shrimp Trawler asked,
probably better for everyone else.
Probably better for us, man. Forget Debonair Dev. Let's forget him for a second. Are you concerned with Malachi Stark's 9 yards per target? So this is a roundabout answer, but he had a down year this year, no doubt about it. The yards per target kind of told that story. It's because he was asked to play the slot. He was asked to play this spot deep. He was asked to match tight ends. And really for Malachi Starks, you're talking about a rookie in year 1. What I would love him to do, to go back to the Kyle Hamilton point, is to just have Starks concentrate on the Marcus Williams role. Maybe do a few tricks with him, a handful of snaps a game. But for the most part, he's going to play deep safety. He's going to be in the right side of your offense, keeping an eye out for that X receiver, and just let him patrol the back end. So how it relates to cornerback is, now you got Marlon at nickel. Now you got the ability to move Kyle Hamilton back to nickel. So if we are going to pick a corner, to me, it's got to be somebody that can take over for Nate Wiggins or Cheeto Awuzie on the outside.
Yep,
you got options at nickel, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, and to me, I know the Ravens have put a lot of emphasis on avoiding older prospects. So someone like Alexander, who is 25 years old, them taking him would certainly go against that philosophy. I know Amos is, I think, 23, so another older-ish prospect, but I honestly, if if Amos is on the board at 59, I don't know how they pass on him because he does fit, regardless of maybe being a slightly amount older. He fits a lot of the requirements they like at cornerback. And if they are looking for the outside cornerback skill set, it makes sense. He's straight up. He's the 14th player overall on my board. If they took him, even though I really do want them to get an offensive lineman or a defensive lineman or an edge rusher like we've talked about. Sometimes it's just the way the Ravens kind of do things, and you just take best player available, and you gotta put your wants aside and just deal with it. So I'd be excited for that pick, but I also recognize that they definitely need to address the offensive and defensive line soon.
Yeah, that would be the thing. If you go DB 2 picks in a row, it's going to be what are we doing on the trenches? Yeah, recognized.
That would be tough. Yeah.
Oh wow!
And this was
moving up 3 slots.
Detroit. Maybe Detroit's got that idea to get
trying to
Amos.
jump in front of the Ravens, right?
Detroit jumping in front of the Ravens, and did not jump in front of the Bears. So not sure what that tells you. The Detroit Lions, by the way, impossible to predict. So they could be trading up for a kicker right now. We would not know. Took a nose tackle in the first round last year. They
don't care. They don't care. They'll take whoever.
Yeah,
they're going to get fan, and they're like, we need another guy like that.
Yeah. Jack Sawyer would be funny.
That screams Dan Campbell, doesn't it?
Yeah, it would be funny.
We got to get that guy.
Yeah. He's a kneecap fighter.
Oh, my goodness.
That's the one thing I liked about Joel Klatt, Dev, you brought him up earlier, is that he just loves the college players and their story. Jack Sawyer would be number 1 on his board because that's Jack Sawyer,
Yeah.
That kind of cracks me up with the college. He's great on that show because counter perspective, plus he knows everything about the college players. But I always thought that was funny. He's always going for the short arms, guys that their translation to the NFL is a different game. And we got a guy with a professional wrestling belt going off on the crowd right now, driving me nuts.
Is that Seth Rollins?
Seth Rollins.
Yeah.
My fault.
I didn't know that either. I saw the little.
I don't know a whole lot. I got some friends that are wrestling heads, so
me too.
I'll tell you. Like WrestleMania, I didn't pay attention to anything. Look at my phone, and I have this particular thread, on hide alerts, and I see like 60 alerts because it's like I'm like not looking at that at all. But
my son, by the way, former ECW champion here in wrestling, East Coast Wrestling. My oldest son.
No way.
Yeah.
That's
Jacob
incredible.
Yeah, he loves it. The Bears take a pure tackle. So not sure that the Ravens would have taken a pure tackle, but it's still a good-looking player in Ozzy Trapilo.
Interesting.
74 in your big
one
boy.
pick away here. Or 2 picks. Or sorry, Bears 2, right? Detroit.
Really tall player, Trapilo. Okay, so here we are, pick 56. Pick 59 is approaching, so we can pick 1 or 2 guys here that we really like, and say, who do we want? Trey Amos obviously would be a guy that I would love. I'm taking Mike Green out of the equation because at this point,
wait, Jason. But people told me that they were out of it because Mike Green was going to get taken in the first round. I just wanted to get that jab in.
Yeah.
Certain people
get it in.
It just goes to show you.
Some of the character issues are legitimate. Not being on the board is not because the Ravens don't like
acquirable.
Yeah, I thought the James Pierce was angry all the time one was a little funny because the team used the first to go up and get him. But then obviously you see the Mike Green clearly. One is
yes.
One is a story, 2 is a trend. That's
the Mike Green thing was legitimate bad stuff. So sorry, Jason, I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's okay. Yeah. By the way, Dev, you missed this last night, but Bill Carroll, very respected journalist. I'm not sure if you know him, has worked at some really good places. I was on a stream with him in a mock draft with our guy, Has the Truth, Matt, and said that Pierce has 9 unpaid parking tickets and is not the kind of guy that would say hi to you on his way in the door for work. He will not ask you about Krish. You know,
Yeah.
that's not his thing.
Then I don't like him. No.
Entitlement. I'm gonna park where I want. So that was the thing on James Pierce. Not that he was out there like punching people in the face, but he's just not a nice guy.
He's just a jerk.
Okay, so yeah, he's a jerk. So Trey Amos, Porter, Revel would be great picks for me. I would also like to see them go defensive line. That's what it's about. Joshua Farmer, Darius Alexander, even Shamar Turner, I think is a good player. Played on a stress fracture they found at the combine. Unfortunately, it looks like the edge options are drying up unless they want to go Landon Jackson, Braden Swinson, Princely Umamielen. They're sticking out. So just throwing some names out there, guys. What do you think?
I would say for me right now, it's between Swinson and Amos. I'd be absolutely fine with either of those guys. I think Swinson is a little more of that stand-up, 3-4 bendy, kind of edge only at the start, plays out of the 7, and then maybe hopefully he can add some functional strength because you see him, he's 255, maybe add a couple 5, 6, 7 pounds of weight. I think that'd be a solid pick for them. He's twitchy. I really like the twitch. I like the athleticism with him. And then Amos. Amos is a my guy, and sometimes you gotta stick up for your my guys during the draft season, and he's certainly one of them. And I would not hate the pick. I think those are the two I'd be between, and then you could throw in Millam or Mbow from Purdue. That would also fit the Ravens' transition to maybe being more of a wide zone team because they have Henry and they want to be athletic up front. And I mean, that's the goal. But there's a lot of ways it can go. To Alex's point earlier, and I'll wrap it up, is maybe they want to jump back a couple of spots because someone really likes a certain player.
Okay, so the Lions take Tate Ratledge, a guy whose RAS score I think was the most deceiving I'd seen in some time. Like his RAS score was through the roof. You would think he was like one of the most athletic players you see. But somebody that played very top heavy, got beaten outside zone, can get jolted off the snap. But for some reason, Dev Ratledge was one of those guys that looked ugly, played ugly, but somehow just kept getting it done. And like I don't think second round is a reach. You know, I didn't personally like him. But a guy that, you know, has played a lot of football at Georgia, battled a lot of injuries, which is another thing that kept him down on my board. It was like every year he missed a game or two from something and had to come back. And so, yeah, Tate Ratledge fits the Dan Campbell culture, though.
The culture and the athleticism makes sense because of what they like to do with their running game, especially with Gibbs on the outside and the perimeter, pull stuff. I can see the fit really being a good fit for them. And he was very intriguing to me, to your point, like just from the outside. And I'll admit, coming into this, by the way, I haven't done as much homework on the prospects this year compared to other years. So I'm definitely way behind, and you guys are educating me. But I think like just what I had come up to speed on Ratledge coming in, just scouting reports wise, like was intriguing as a talent. And that's one of those things where like sometimes you just have to believe in your coaching and your coaching staff. And like you said, culture fit, you think that you're able to clean up those different, shore up and clean up any of those holes. And I think that makes a lot of sense for them. But the interesting thing is they're just, well, I don't know if they're still loaded on the offensive line. I mean, so maybe it's just,
yeah.
Think,
they lost Zeitler, but they still got a replacement. They just, hey man, Dan Campbell and I guess Brad Holmes, I think is his name, just very hell bent on the offensive line. Yuri, question for Shamar Turner. Our guy Jim 20 Eyes asked about him. I actually loved him, and just like Scorton, he was asked to add weight. Was still explosive, an active player, violent hands, enticing upside. Maybe Alec has the beast with him and can tell us about his sacks, but I mean, he can get after the cornerback and can finish for a guy that's 290. Motor, passion. I believe Ray Lewis was his favorite player growing up. He played on a stress fracture that they found at the combine, so didn't know he had it. And the passion, though, overflows into penalties. Was having a conversation with my guy James Ogden today. 4 15-yard penalties, punched the guy in the groin after the play. So he's got a temper on him.
It's mean streak. That's James's guy. Yeah, we've spoken about it too.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. But
Jack Besh has gone to the Raiders, so they get their wide receiver there.
This board, I mean, they can if they go away from their typical formula, they can really go to whatever they want here. All the options of the world.
Yeah, so I'm looking at it on the Beast. Turner, prospect 56, DT 6 on Brugler's big board. Younger guy, not like crazy young, but in the early 22s. I think, I don't know. This is an interesting prospect for sure. I would probably want to go with Farmer over him personally, but I think it's a valid choice. I think
what's his sack production, Alec? I'm forgetting.
Sure. So 23 was his best year, was 6. He only had 2 last year.
Right. So they asked them to add weight and asked them to play a different position. A lot of bodies on Shamar Turner helped free things up for Nick Scorton and what's his name that got drafted? Shamar Stewart, excuse me. So Shamar Turner had to do a lot of dirty work, and took it to heart. Dev, what do you think about players' passion overflows into penalties? So this guy plays hard, man. Like you watch him, it's play like a Raven, but then he does this foolish stuff after the snap, like punch a guy in the groin and 4 15-yard penalties. That cost you games. That cost us a playoff game pretty much in Kansas City against Kansas City a couple of years ago.
It's a fine line. James and I actually were talking about that in the sense that I don't think the Ravens would shy away from that versus the character, legitimate off the field stuff, right? Because they've had Ryan Jensen, they've had some players that I don't know, they've had players that have that in them, and I think if you can harness it, it's great. It's a great tool. It's definitely something that can get under the skin and get in the mindset of the opponent. But to your point, Jason, it's a very fine line. And can you get it under control? Is the question. And also the bucket. That's why it's so fascinating. Player evaluations. Like, do you just bucket this as this kid? He's a kid and he played a certain way in college, and he's going to mature. He's going to get it. Our coaches are going to get him to figure it out.
Rather take it out of them than put the passion into them. I mean, that's the experience I've had. Is I'd like to coach a guy like Shamar Turner. I can settle him down, but I can't coach the passion.
Exactly, and which I would rather go in that direction too, for sure. So, and you can, again, that's their job to figure out how to harness it for good and like to get the best out of it. But I'd rather have a guy that has that edge, and it's not always a bad thing. Like football is one of those unique sports, right? Like I don't know if you want to punch a guy in the groin, but like if somebody's scared to approach a player, that's to your advantage, right?
Yeah,
right.
I'm a little biased against offensive linemen, by the way. Sorry to the offensive linemen, in the chat, the offensive line stands, but I caught a few passes. All you had to do was stay in front of the guy for 2 or 3 seconds, and you held him, and you took away my first down and my celebration, which back in the day you weren't really allowed to celebrate. So just one of those was about all you would get. And then tackling people as a safety. It's not my fault you couldn't block me. It's not my fault that you were late. You don't have to trip over people and fall on me on purpose because I'm little and I've been making tackles. So yeah, I will hold that offensive lineman grudge. Probably till the day I die, guys.
Noted.
Yeah. Bullies. A lot of bullies, So yeah, God Emperor Ether in the house. Good to see you, buddy. Jalen Royals, a guy that he likes. It's just Shervon Revel. Definitely. We got some Darius Alexander. So make your call. Yuri, I know you're an Amos guy. Alec, what direction are you going? Dev, what direction are you going? Who do you want to see here? Because the pick is in, it looks like, for the Ravens.
I think I'm actually kind of intrigued by Stewart. I'm blanking. Stewart, right? We just talked about him about 30 seconds ago, so I'm already forgetting his name.
Turner. I'm sorry. Yeah,
Turner. Stewart. That's why I was Shamar Turner. Yeah, and I think I was getting it confused with But yeah, that's my. I don't know why. Like I'm just thinking. Yeah, that's how I'm going with it. But
Yeah, I saw people had Amos pretty low down on their board, so I'm starting to think that there may be something there that we aren't in terms of injuries or the transfer from Bama to Ole Miss. There might be a little something there. It's also another thing, the Ravens really don't take players to transfer, so maybe another reason to take them off the board. I'd love Darius Alexander. I'd love any Turner. I mean, Turner. The thing with me with Turner was that the uncontrolled aggression. I don't mind having to dial back the passion from players, but in terms it turned over to some of his hand technique and his hand placement. I thought was poor at times. You would definitely get wide of the guard, but that is something that you can fix. And the pick is in for the Ravens, so I'm excited. There's a lot of ways they can go here. I really won't be mad.
Yeah, Alec, you want to make a call?
No. I
No,
don't know
okay.
who it is because I got the text. I'm sorry.
I did too. I got an
okay.
email alert. This is the
Dang.
problem with using
Yeah,
my
Yeah,
phone.
Email. I put my phone on Do Not Disturb during this. I'm like, no, leave me alone.
Yeah,
It was
you
such a
guys.
scramble.
I can't believe that we got the text 3 minutes ago. Like, I've been sitting here quietly like, this is ridiculous. It's so behind.
Good poker face, man.
As
Yeah,
long as it
they're-
isn't Landon Jackson, I'll be okay.
Yeah, they're at a point where they haven't announced anything on the screen. I feel like they're a peck behind, but no, it's not. It was just a commercial break. That's all it was. So Best was picked, and now
They
we're on
always
commercial
put
break.
the Ravens on the commercial breaks. By
Yeah,
the way.
the commercial
They
break.
It's just, it's given. It's a
Yeah, they're
given.
like, oh, here come the Ravens. Let's get some money real quick.
So, hey, we're looking at corner, Yuri. We're looking at D tackle. Those are the names that we've been talking about.
Jason
Siobhan
Wilson
Revel.
would be fun. I will say that. Jason Wilson would be a lot of fun.
The center turn, maybe guard.
Yep. That'd be a lot of fun. I don't think they're going to do it, but that'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah, when I looked at his height, weight, it was like, wow, okay, he can't play guard. I mean, geez, he looks like he gets on people fast. I
He's
didn't
very
even make his
athletic.
play.
He would be fun. Tunnel screens, say flowers. Let's get in space. I don't know how they really feel about position converts. I feel like the Ravens always take guys to just stick at their spot.
Siobhan Revel, now I have Amos higher, but he stands out to me as just a Raven type man-to-man corner. And he gets a little bit me worried a little bit with being high cut, but he's easy to find pre-snap. When you're talking about an East Carolina team, a guy 6'2", 194 with those arms, I didn't have to be like, oh, which one's? Oh, there he is. There's Revel. Ability to jam the wide receiver at the line of scrimmage is pro ready. He is classic, oily hips, smooth in transition. To turn and run. I do worry about like his lateral quickness, keeping up with quicker guys moving, side to side. Tore his ACL last September, so the medicals will be the key for Revel. And we're going to officially get the pick in, so the cheaters there, Dev and Alec, can finally let loose, and they can go first with their take.
They're probably thinking in our head like, these guys are dumb. We already had the pick.
It's not my fault. It's not my fault. I literally have there's so much going on right now.
I mean, bro, you got a group chat going on in the middle of your stream. Let me take offense to that. All right, here we go. Jason Brown, former center, right? Dev, he played center for us, right?
Yes, he did.
Is announcing pick with
what
played
school
guard
did he go
too.
to real quick? What school did he go to?
North Carolina.
Yeah.
That's right.
Was that a trick question? That was
a me pumping up the North Carolina. I'm a Tar Heels fan. So.
okay.
Yeah.
I can't even. I mean, the Maryland Tar Heels rivalry is kind of faded
Dead.
here. So sorry.
Yeah, sadly. So it looks like Jason Brown's. Oh my goodness!
Yeah.
You have got to be kidding me.
Yep.
Shock.
Shock and awe in Ravens
Shock.
land.
Shock.
Look, I tried to stay away from it. I didn't even write up a slide for him because I did not want to mention it. Mike Green,
Oh!
a Raven,
Oh!
It is a
maybe a top 10 type pick. He was number 6,
They did it,
guys.
Oh my
Number 6
God.
on my board. That's how much I believed in this player. You saw him play
Oh
against
my
Ohio State. You saw him play
God.
against Ohio State and somebody else that was a big time school. I'm like in shock here. Can't even get my thoughts straight. Ohio State and Virginia Tech he played with against and dominated them. So yeah, he is at Marshall, but my goodness, when he played the big schools, he showed up, was one of the best players on the field. A do-it-all edge. extremely aggressive, led FBS with 17 sacks last year. Do not let the size fool you. He can set the edge. He comes crashing down on pullers. He can get to the quarterback. A stud pass rusher with some serious off-field allegations to deal with. So, I mean, if we got Justin Tucker on the team, why not add Mike Green, right?
They did it.
I mean, yeah. Yeah.
Well, this is just one of those where you have to trust your background guys, your security guys. That's really what it comes down to.
Oh my God.
I think this is I'm so tempted to, and I will tweet this, a big FU to not you, Yuri, but the group of people that keep busting on the team for being into choir boys and all that.
I mean, this is
like,
well, you can say that to me, like, yeah.
Not you. I don't think you ever went that far. I think there was, I'm shocked too, but you know what?
Oh my God. Oh gosh.
I mean, at this point, you just talking about
emotions. Like, one, I don't know the validity of the allegations, and that's a whole other thing to get into. But the player is phenomenal. Like, talent. Like,
this is an Eagles type of pick. This is an Eagles type of move because they're just like, well, and in the Chiefs too. Kansas City. I mean, we know Kansas City doesn't really care as much about character stuff. If you want to, and in this case, it goes beyond character because there could be a legal aspect to it. But
I'm curious about like the video with EDC calling him. I'm curious about how they handle the interviews. I am so curious about so much of this now. I mean, like, I feel like this pick is this is gonna be the first question. They're not even gonna ask about Starks now. Like, end of the game, you know.
Can we just say though that if it goes in the other direction, there's a couple like just in your brain, my brain starts twirling about like other guys that had allegations and things of that nature that went the other way, and it didn't actually show up as much so in their pro career, right? Like Warren Sapp was one that comes off the top of my head. Like Randy Moss is another that there was stuff that happened, maybe not to this extent, right? Mm. Then you've hit a home run with the guy that was passed up and sat on the board for 2 rounds, and it's probably ready to like show and prove that everybody was wrong.
He did.
So that's the other way.
He did it. I'm in shock. I'm so surprised that they gambled. They went away from the formula. That's what I'm like. Well, can we go away from the formula? And they did. And to your point,
Johnson.
Does it end up someone to fear Jesus? To your point, maybe it just doesn't end up coming up really that much in his career. And not to go on a rant about Ravens greats and all that stuff, but you've seen it in the past where some of the guys we've had where things have come up off the field, and you know we still love them nonetheless. So Terrell Suggs, Ray Lewis, Ray Rice, like all those guys have had massive issues off the field, but at the end of the day, the goal is to win football games, and you know we'll see what happens with the allegations and what comes to fruition.
Do you guys have? I mean, maybe this is something we can look up now, but it's like I don't have enough information or anything handy other than the fact that it's a sexual assault. These are sexual assault allegations. Two. Okay. And they're still pending. They're still evaluating. It's basically a work in progress.
One in high school, one led to his exit from Virginia. So
that's a big one. Yeah, that's pretty significant.
So it's right. So
real quick,
who knows though, Dev? To answer your question, I haven't seen any public information on this, and to be quite honest, I didn't dig too far into it because, you know, and I'm gonna have to now. I didn't think the Ravens would take him.
Well, I was making fun of the particular follower that said Mike Green, and I told him there was no chance. I apologize to you, follower. I don't remember who this was, but I profusely apologize. And I also apologize for the jab I took earlier because he's now a Raven. So
hey, guys.
Totally wrong.
Not about the pick. I do need to drop off for just a minute, but I will be back. But yeah, that was something, huh?
Hurry back, fool! Hurry back. We got
a
more
lot
work
to
to
talk
do.
about, man. I can hurry back because I might not be able to stick through the program.
I've been holding somebody off who called me about 30 minutes ago, and it's something I need to handle. But I'll be back.
All good.
You do it.
So
You do it.
See.
Real quick to tabletop with Mike Green, the Virginia staff put in a no tolerance policy, and they're like, hey, like, we know what you're accused of at high school. Like, if that comes up again, like, you're gone. And that it ended up coming up again, and they ended up, I guess, quote unquote, making the same mistake twice. But so honestly, I have very surface level information of how deep it goes and how important it is. And I am definitely on my own in saying this. I am much more of the fan of I want to win football games than I am the fan of how good of a person that player is. And I know I am Dev. I'm probably on my own saying that. So as long as those are allegations in the past, I genuinely don't care.
But it's interesting. Something came up with I think it was why am I blanking on his name? I'm having a hard time with my kid brain. He's like, as Jason can relate, like my brain cells get plucked. Who's our president now? The guy that took over for Dick Cass. He was
Sashi Brown.
Yeah, Sashi Brown was interviewed, and it was kind of framed as though that zero tolerance policy that everybody quotes has interpretation, and I think that's fair for any. And I thought it was ridiculous, like some of the people that were saying, like, well, they profess to have this policy, and Harbaugh called it out, and they're kind of being hypocritical. But I'm still surprised,
Dev. I'm still surprised.
But zero tolerance is case by case, right? You look at any organization professionally, that's up to their interpretation of it. So I guess where I'm going with it is, I think that's all about how they view these allegations and whether or not they have good intel on it. To Yuri's point, they're going to have the best intel anybody could possibly have in terms of PIs, whoever, right?
So I wanted to bring that. Somebody had brought that up. It's our buddy Shrimp Trawler. Ravens intel better than 26 teams intel. There were 4 edges selected in this round. I mean, Shrimp Trawler, I can tell you just from the friends that I've had that have worked there and things like this. This is secondhand information. This isn't through the grapevine stuff. Like, they went as far as back in the day. I don't know if they still do it now, but the people picking up the players from the airport in a limo weren't limo drivers. They were Ravens scouts and employees. So if the guy was on the phone with, hey, I just got to Baltimore, this shithole, I don't, blah, 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 I'm just kind of going a little harsh. Or even if he was talking to like his friends in a bad way or came off as that was a piece of the puzzle. So the Ravens intel is very good. And I want to give my buddy, Mr. James in here, some love, because I think that this is the type of wisdom that I'm trying to take here. Mr. James is he's going to give us maybe 2 years almost free. I think that here's the part that is key. I think if the Ravens thought that he was going to be a criminal risk, they wouldn't have taken the chance. Like, I kind of like those two thoughts together that I brought up. Ravens are generally very careful. They wouldn't have taken them if there were, say, charges pending or anything. Maybe this stuff is completely in the past. Like, if I was a Bengals fan or a Chiefs fan, I would be more worried than I would be as a Ravens fan, because they generally err on the side of caution with draft choices.
Yeah. It's a good way of looking at it too. That's a unique take, because
is it too optimistic though? Am I too rosy-eyed with it, Dev?
Well, it's a reality that this could be a total disaster. I don't know if but how much of a disaster would it be? Like, the fan base, I think sometimes it's like when we talked about Ojabo, and I've that's come up, right? Oh, that was such a horrible pick. It was a second-round pick. It was a waste. And I say, was it really a waste when you take a gamble on a top 15 player you think could – Shamar Turner, by the way, just went.
Shamar Turner.
But if you take a top 15 talent in the second round, and it could be injury, in this case, it could be he might have a legitimate. He could be a legitimate problem off the field, and he ends up not working out, and he's a bust. Like, I don't know. To me, I'm okay with that, right? Like, I'm okay with that risk equation, especially the back of the second round. Like, you're not even talking about the early part of the second round with, by the way, 11 picks. So I guess in a long-winded way of saying, to me, it's very real that there's a risk tolerance here that they've just accepted. And if he ends up being a problem, you got to be okay. If you're a Ravens fan at that point, the upside is so incredible. I think it's fine that they took the gamble.
I agree. I think that the risk cost factor of what if this turns out awful, to me, if we're weighing injury concerns, like with someone like Ojabo fresh off injury, and we're weighing character concerns, I would absolutely 10 times out of 10 take the player with the character concerns. If I'm just being honest, I think that the downside is you have a lot of negative PR to deal with.
It's still, I was going to say, Yuri, it's still a
that
business.
Is true.
It's a business.
That part
brother.
is
like,
actually, I think, the big. Let's be real, guys. Like, that's the bigger aspect to this consideration.
The female fans and the other fans.
I think that because you could make a case, they may believe because of what they are, like the Patriots and the Chiefs and some of these organizations, like in the Eagles now, right? Like, we can contain, I think you said it, Yuri. Like, they've had guys in the past with some of those things off the field. Like, Suggs definitely was not like.
Hey, here you go. Dan Cody, Terrence Cody, Sergio Kindle, Suggs, and Suggs, his stuff was ugly.
Suggs' stuff got kind of covered up, right? I mean, there's stuff that they dealt with along the way. I mean, I think there's some. I think it might have been on a minor level, but maybe that was more character, like Jimmy Smith.
I think his was this was smoky or something.
Yeah, and I get it. There's degrees of this, but if you think you can contain that stuff because you have a locker room full of guys that can get this guy straight, fine. But yeah, I think that's the key. But the other side of the PR side, I don't know. I mean, I don't know the answer to that because that's just, you're taking that on. You might turn off some female fans and men.
Right.
Sure, that don't support it. It's fair.
So,
totally fair.
Our buddy Ether, though, the other side of the picture, the Ravens got 2 of the top 10 talents in this draft. I mean, according to my board, Ether, this is just my own personal opinion. I had Mike Green at 6 and Malachi Starks at 12. No quarterbacks in there. But like almost literally, for me, 2 top 12 talents in the entire draft are on this Ravens team. You got a guy who could be the best edge rusher in this class. I
think he is, though. Like, just on the field, there's no doubt. He's the most complete guy. All the other players have got, I'm not going to say holes, but they have legitimate things they've got to tweak or work on. He's the closest to like a finished guy that really you can just plug him in, and it's going to be fascinating to see him work with Chuck Smith. This is the first time Chuck Smith is going to have, no offense to the guys that are currently on the roster, but like,
Owe was a little bit. I know what you're getting at. Owe was a little bit of a Chuck Smith project.
Yeah, and always got the talent, no doubt, like physically gifted, but you're talking about
a lot to work on. Like Mike Green's coming off a 17 sack season, Dev.
Yeah,
and then those performances against Ohio State and Vatek, like this guy's already got juice. He's already got plenty of juice.
He's a top 10 talent, guys. Like, and the thing with edge for them, it's been a bugaboo because you go all the way back to Suggs. They've never had a chance to even get a player like that because they're always drafting so late.
That's a great point.
It's just never even in the cards. And even Suggs was a complete fluke, right? Because of that whole
Kyle Hamilton-esque, for those who don't remember, ran a slow 40. Slow 40. I think, Dev, correct me if I'm wrong, but Suggs was the all-time college sack leader at the time.
Same thing. Yeah. Same. Sorry. FBC led in sacks.
Used to call it Division I. Now we softened that language.
I'm sorry. I think I'm going the other way. It was Division I back then.
Right.
He had the production, but this is comparable to that. I mean, you're
It
getting.
is.
It's just ridiculous to think about that they got him. But
There's so many. It's because it's been something that I've talked about a while in terms of prospect. I'm like, every once in a while, you can afford a guy who may have some issues like that because you believe in your locker room, you believe in the coach, you believe in the ability to quote unquote facilitate that person, which may not be the case because they might just be allegations, whatever. But every once in a while, it's the reason why I liked Pickens in that class because he was an asshole, but I felt like the Ravens could facilitate it. And then here, I think the risk is worth the reward. We've talked about it a lot. But the
Yeah.
talent, just from a pure football standpoint, and really ignoring the off the field stuff real quick, he has that elite power, get off, like everything you would want. The whole talk about a closing edge rusher and guys going to make impact plays in January, like that is Mike Green is a freak. Like he will go out there and eat someone, like eat a left tackle soul and be able to take on some of those more talented tackles that we're going to see in January. So from a pure talent standpoint, from a pure value standpoint, it's a great pick. I had him number 10. I had Malachi Starks number 14. So we're about the same there, Jason, in terms of talent value.
I mean, yeah, and like honestly, Yuri, I mean, sometimes I get on myself, Dev. This might make sense to you as a writer, but when I have, I'm making my big board and make my evaluations, I'm like, well, man, this just looks so vanilla. Like everybody else has them as you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm just saying the basic thing here. Like this is so big, but in the draft, sometimes, especially in a draft like this, I mean, there's just no denying that Mike Green was probably the second best pure edge rusher skills wise next to Abdul Carter, who was actually going to go in the top 4. And then, with Malachi Starks, the Ravens, as long as you saw that as much of a need as I did, he was going to be higher on your board. If you didn't need he was going to be lower. But for a Raven centric board, he was a top 12 player for me. So yeah, it's just like, I don't know, man. This is pretty intense. This is the most intense I think I felt on draft day. Now I'm going to throw out something. Okay, I got to throw something out here, and this is just personal, and I hope it doesn't turn people off. But I hope we can talk about this like an adult here. Mike Green. Okay, like if a guy drinks too much or he's out hanging in the wrong neighborhood, some bad, his friends, like I think we've all had friends that party too much, or maybe they're doing bad things, illegal things, you can separate yourself with the allegations that Mike Green had. Like, to me, it takes something inside of you that you shouldn't have to do if he was never convicted, but if he did even half of those things, those are stuff that like I'd be upset if my sons did, that I don't have it in me, in my personality at all, to press myself against a woman, to push myself against a woman's will. There's a difference between trying to be slick and, blah, 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 and trying to get with a lady than there is to physically, force yourself on someone. So to me, this is an adult conversation, but I would say, can you really teach a guy to not do that and to all of a sudden treat women, with respect, or just as an extra person? I don't know. Like if a guy had a drinking problem, I feel like the culture can fit him out. But if he's got it in his capability to do something like that, if to me, that's a big problem.
It's a loaded situation to me. It's
so hard to talk about.
Well, what could it be, right? Could it be? There's no excuse. Let's say, right? Like there's zero excuse, but like I look at the Ray Rice situation. That's what comes to mind to me. It's like he, from all accounts, didn't do any of those things until something happened and went down, and it's not anything that we could ever excuse. I mean, I think he's obviously aware and has faced and confronted what he did.
He put out And he put out a strongly worded statement like a month ago. I didn't.
Yeah, there
do
was
any-
that, and I think he's done a lot of work after the fact, or he's done a lot of like acknowledge. I mean, there's stuff he's done. I don't know to what extent, but
Yeah.
to try, you know what I mean, like to try to like go the other direction. And I don't. Try is not the right word. It makes it sound like it's manipulative, but it's been, and you know, he's tried to reform from that whole situation, but. It's a fair point. Redeem, yeah, it's a fair point because is that just like there's never an excuse. You know, there's never an excuse. It's like, but is that something that can be a habitual?
And you know, to me,
rethinking?
that almost seems like an admission of some point. Like if I'm accused of a crimes against people that look like Dev, and then I donate to Dev's charity or people he's associated with charity, wouldn't you look at me, Dev, like, wait a minute, if you weren't ist, then why are you trying to prove so bad that you aren't ist? Or is that just taking it too far?
What did he do? I'm sorry, we're talking about Green, or we talking about the
Talking about Green. So like
Yeah.
if he didn't do those things, then why are you going the other way to, you know, like if I hate Yuri's and I was accused of hating Yuri's, and then I go
Good-looking
out
guys with
on
mustaches.
missions to support Yuri's, like wouldn't you think that maybe I did kind of hate Yuri's? Maybe I did kind of. No,
Yeah, I think there could be something to that. Sure, totally could see that. And you know, ultimately, it's going to come down. It's going to come down to we'll never know the exact answer
Yeah.
to this, because unless somebody comes out and somehow this gets out exactly what happened. There's like to Ray Rice's thing. There's video footage, right? Like actual
yes,
video footage of what happened. There's undeniable proof. We're never going to know. Then it comes down to like, I think with the team, from the team angle, do we just give them the benefit of the doubt this time? Because, and I don't know the answer to that. I think it's a tough one to kind of figure out, because everybody else, it seemed as though every other team didn't want to touch this guy, right? So that's the other side of it.
Yeah, to me, I think they've earned the benefit of the doubt in terms of the investigation process and the way that they conduct themselves and what they value and character and yeah. In terms of the big boy conversation, I'm not going to engage because you don't want my opinion on it. But real quick, the last couple of picks, to recap, Jason.
go for it, buddy.
If we're good to move on to the.
No, I'm keeping up. I just think it's such a big story that it definitely precedes.
It's not. It's not like real quick. It's not like Ojabo or a top quote unquote 15 player falling to us with injury concerns. It's a much bigger conversation that I'm sure the Ravens have had internally with Mike Green, with Chad Steele, with all the people in the building that are trying to gauge is the juice worth the squeeze with him. And the draft is moving quick though, so I if you guys are good, I would absolutely love to dive back in.
Well, I'd just like to say on one last thing, and we can move forward, is that I got to give them enough credit that they did their due diligence, because they're the ones that have experienced this as bad as any organization has in the league. And I think people have to remember that, right? Like, we're talking about a team that has dealt with double murder, charge and a trial with one player. They've dealt with Jamal Lewis with, I think, the FBI, not the FBI. He was in possession for that was a drug thing. And then you got
same ownership groups. Ozzy's still there.
Yeah, I mean Suggs is, we've talked about
regime. Just to add to your point.
Yeah, and I mean there is definitely, I mean, with Bishotti, there's been I think a real effort to change things since the Ray Rice situation. But going back to the Ray Rice situation being such a black eye for them to go in this direction and even put themselves in a position like this. I just have to think that they have as much of a sure. I don't want to say sure, but like the thing I'm more worried about is going forward. Like to your point, Jason, like is this a guy that could do stuff later? And then that's I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I think the allegation part I'm not as worried about. I think it could be just total.
Hey, I had to paint the other side, and I had to, I apologize for, it's not my fault. The guy Ravens took the guy, but like, if you can't control yourself, you can't control yourself. Like that's an issue.
It's an issue both ways, right? If he did it, if he's got it in him to do it, one or the other.
Yeah.
Or maybe, all right, let's say he's, these are falsely accused. Is he putting himself in positions twice to be taken advantage of? Like, let's say he didn't touch anybody. He didn't do anything. It's kind of weird that you would get accused twice. It happens to guys. They get accused falsely all the time. I'm sure every guy in here knows a guy that was accused of something because somebody had ulterior motives. But twice, it's twice in like a couple of years period. That's kind of,
Yeah. Yep. Like I said earlier, one is a story, two's a narrative. And once you go past that, I do understand the question of, is it quote unquote serial and maybe something that he can't help himself. And you certainly hope that's not the case, because that is very disgusting. Flat out, like I personally like zero tolerance outside of football. Like that is not something that you should be doing as a man. And it is an unfortunate conversation that we have to have around the pick. But from a pure football fan perspective, I am excited about the player. And
can we talk about the roster, guys?
Yeah, that would be.
So they're just to start playing games now. They really they can just start.
We're dealing with 5 months of like trying to figure out what's going on.
Okay, so I want to talk about the cornerback position. That's something that we may have a difference of opinion in, or what have you. But like I'm going to weigh it like this, Dev. Up to you. Cornerback, outside corner. Cheeto Awuzie banged up. He's got a lot of talent, but we don't know. Outside corners are hard to find. We could move Marlon back out there, play Hamilton more in the slot, grab a slot corner, what have you. But corner, you can't have enough. We don't know what we have in TJ Tampa yet. JAD on, maybe not may even make the roster because he's in the last year of his deal. Offensive line, Faalele, opinions all over the map on him. Andrew Voorhees, opinions all over on the map on him. My main concern is he's only played 4 NFL games. He had long injury history in college, and now he's been injured in the pros, gets banged up after only 3 weeks. Need a corner, need a guard. You got 2 players on the board here in the 3rd round coming up. One's a corner, one's a guard, even value. Which one are you taking? Do you lean one way or the other?
I think I'd probably lean guard personally, because I just don't feel great about those 2 starters right now, Faalele and Voorhees, and it could be that Faalele continues to develop and he gets even better, and then Voorhees is someone, to your point, has shown some good things when he's played. I think he's got limitations though, and that's the concern. Like, he's not a plus athlete. He's obviously not a plus power guy either. Like, he's one of these guys that just kind of can figure it out, smart and good technique, and plays. But again, it's. I think you described, what was it, Rutledge from Detroit. Like, sometimes there's like I don't know about ugly, but like he plays well enough and it shows up, but then he gets beat pretty badly.
I think that's a good comp for him.
So it's like
Voorhees wins a lot, but it doesn't look great.
No. And so I think there's a definite scenario where he could be a very competent starting guard in this league. I think that's where they're at, but like, it's just, and even if you look at something as small, and I was thinking about this, like Josh Jones, they had signed last year and he's gone. They did bring back Ben Cleveland, which is I wouldn't discount him as a dark horse, because there's something there, right? Like, they brought him back and he's talented, but how much do you really count on that? And there's nothing out there from a free agency perspective either. So it's like, I think corner, I'm a little bit more comfortable with, Jason, to be quite honest with you. Like, I'm a bigger fan of TJ Tampa than maybe not you guys, but just in general. Like, I'm a big Tampa believer. Now, granted, that's you're putting you're putting a lot into a guy that barely played last year. And then I think you could still sign. There's some good veterans out there. Like, you could bring in. I just saw. I think Rasul Douglas is out there. Gilmore. So if you had to really piecemeal that group, I think they could do it. The question would be, are you concerned about like Marlowe's contract and also his age? Is something like, is there something where just having Wiggins as your only like long-term corner that you feel good about, is that a problem? So I'm kind of I'm thinking more along the lines of like, they could make it work and they have enough to work with. That's where I'm at. And it could still take a guy in the fourth. Now, you guys know better than me. Like, is that drop off so significant in talent that you're just getting a guy at that point?
Yeah. So Yuri, the question was equal talent, though. I based it the original equal talent at guard, equal talent at corner, third round. Yuri's on the board. You like them both. They're next to each other on the board.
I would go guard. I think at some point you have to address it. Ben Cleveland, I know they brought him back. I made a joke earlier. I'm like, you can be Malachi Stark's designated driver, so he doesn't do anything crazy. But low blow. That was a low-hanging fruit. I had to take it, though.
We've been through a lot tonight, Yuri. I don't know how much more I could take.
I would say that equally laid out. So if you can get Wyatt Millum, Mbow still on the board. Honestly, the past couple of picks have been a little bit of a blur because of the conversations we've been having. But
yeah,
I think you have to take guard. The corner drop off to answer Deb's question. Absolutely. Once you get you get the 91, and you're looking at like Dorian Strong, which I'm a fan of, but I think they've addressed defense enough to this point with very highly talented players. It can be sort of elevators to the players around them that makes that need not that much. And then you also made a good point, TJ Tampa. I am very high on him. I think Awuzie, or even in maybe, I know injuries, you really aren't expecting much out of him. Armour Davis did play well when he was on the field. He just isn't on the field. So if you have those three guys competing for cornerback 3, I think you're in an okay spot. I don't think.
So I think all three of us then O-line, and here's the reason why. For me, another reason, you can find cornerbacks who can do a job for you. Dev, you do battle plans every week, so you know. All right, so we got a guy down, a couple of guys down. Our cornerback starting this week. Let's say TJ Tampa, for example. He's got a year experience in him. Very smart player. We don't have to worry about his tackling. He's a good tackler. Can he stick with Justin Jefferson man-to-man and man-to-man coverage? No, he cannot. If he faces Tyreek Hill, I'm over-exaggerating, but there are going to be certain receivers that you don't want TJ Tampa to man up against. You're going to have to play more zone. But TJ Tampa can do that. He's got excellent eyes. He's an excellent smart player. He can close and tackle. So with a cornerback, you can ask them to do a role for you. With a guard, you're either going to have to double team or you're going to have to trust them on your own, and you don't want to have to dedicate entire games to helping them. So a guard cannot be hidden as easily as what I'm saying. For me, if there were equal talent, you build up on an offensive line. You get yourself Falele, a free agent. Voorhees only played 4 games in the NFL after being hurt a lot during college. So for me, I would prioritize the O-line enough to, if we remember last year, guys, we were probably trying to get a guard in the 3rd round, according to Eric DaCosta's comments that night. He said, well, we were eyeing a certain position, but they were a run on them. And it was no secret. It was like 6 guards taken in the 3rd round. To me, that's where I would even trade up.
That's what I was going to say just now. Just next, I would. This is where I would move up and package those picks to try to move up, or even dip into potentially next year's
Yeah,
because they're going to
they
get like
have
4
a
comp picks
full-
next year.
Yeah, they already have a full slate of comp picks next year.
Exactly. So this is where you could really do that and nail down
Lions, bro.
Isaac Tesla.
I'm
gonna be
hoping
honest.
for the Lions' downfall at this point, and I
I'm
was
gonna be
on
honest.
board.
I'm not a fan. I said it. I said it last night when they took Tyreek, but I think they're sticking to their course and they're smelling their own stuff a little too much.
Dev, a course in history. You don't have to be a draft to study the draft. Isaac Tesla, I put him on the board. I thought I was great by putting him on the board. He was wide receiver 23. Even though wide receiver wasn't a need, I still listed 25 receivers. He was number 176 overall. Dev, you remember Mike Mayock and Gruden brought it up last night. Cleveland Farrell at number 4 could have had him in the 20s probably. If not, there'd be a player just like him. Damon Arnett.
3 third-round picks?
Brother, the Lions are picking somebody that nobody else, I can guarantee you, is looking at this early. I mean, you look at the wide receivers left, there's just a ton of talent. Isaac Tesla, no production in college. I mean, he has some, but not productive player. Didn't really get a chance. I think he had something like 25, 30 catches last year. And they're taking him 70 overall. It's just nuts to me.
Was that
very
real?
crazy.
3 third-round picks to move up to get him?
I don't know. I'm not following that closely, Yuri.
That's what it looked like to me from
the third-round pick this year and then 2 more.
I'd have to double check the way because it was like struggle with the numbers sometimes. The pick. I'm like, and then if it flashes quickly.
Still, bro, like you could get this even if you wanted to reach in the 4th round or something. That's fine. Jalen Knoll, Jalen Royals, Alec Ayamaner, Jalen Lane, Savion Williams, Isaiah Bond, Troy Horton, Tez Johnson, Xavier Restrepo, Ty Felton, Dante Thornton. If you want another height weight guy, Pat Bryant, Horn from Colorado, Pat Watkins from Illinois, and then Isaac Tesla. And I'm like, I talked to Dev earlier. My board isn't crazy. Like, I didn't drop Isaac Tesla like way down because I didn't like him. Like, I had him in a good spot. There's no way another team had him that high. So Detroit takes the nose tackle in round 1, takes Isaac Tesla in round 3. This is beginning of round 3. That's pretty insane.
Beginning of the end is what it is.
I think I feel like they're going to start to go in the other direction.
The other team is in the division too. I mean, you have to think about the Bears. The Bears now they have they shored up their. We were talking about earlier that they shored up their offensive line. They had Burden. They have Loveland. And then the Vikings as well. Their offensive line is as good as ever going to be. I mean, obviously JJ McCarthy is a big question, but the Packers had a receiver round 1. I don't remember what they did after us or before us. I think Jason, we got to do a draft recap from like 50 on, because I'm the Mike Green thing threw me for a loop because it's just not something I expected for them to do, and it put me in so many emotions very quick.
It's all good. Some good players.
You mean the most probably polarizing, controversial pick they've made since when?
A while. Like I can't remember the last time. I'm like, what?
I mean, you can go back to like, even if it's not to derail, but like, even if you had a question of like the pick, it was if it's Kyle Bowler or something like that. It was for different reasons. It's just
yes. So after the Ravens picked Mike Green, the Broncos were on the clock. They got a running back in R.J. Harvey. Did they get a Marion Hampton in the first round or no?
That was the Chargers.
So they got their running back in round 2, R.J. Harvey. The Denver Broncos did. The Commanders went with Trey Amos, a guy that Yuri and I definitely liked. The Chicago Bears take Shamar Turner. We talked about him a lot. Played with that stress fracture. Good player. Has to control his emotions. The Kansas City Chiefs made a pick that a lot of people are not going to like. Omar Norman Lott. Now that he is a Chief, I can just say, just run the ball at him. The man gets washed away very, very easily in run defense. So Norman Lott may be a sub rusher for them. That's how he profiles to me anyway. And then here's a shocker. The Philadelphia Eagles wanted a safety. They did not take Xavier Watts. Xavier Watts is still on the board as of this second. They took Andrew Makuba from Texas. So Makuba goes ahead of Xavier Watts. Makuba, a really good player. A little undersized, but a playmaker. Darius Alexander goes to the Giants. Ashton Jalate goes to the Chiefs. So the Chiefs get an edge rusher and a defensive lineman who could both rush the passer. Harold Fannin Jr., Alex Guy at tight end, goes to the Cleveland Browns. So they get a different kind of tight end, different from Njoku. They get their own Isaiah Likely clone. Darian Porter, my starred player, knew he wouldn't last too long. Love it. He goes to Vegas out there. Hopefully he can help.
Pete Carroll loves corners like that. He really does.
Yes, press corner with speed. Darian Porter, great pick. Your guy Drake May, Carolina alum, gets Kyle Williams up there in New England. Speed guy. My positional favorites. I had two positional favorites go back to back. Detroit Lions take Isaac Tesla, a reach pick by all accounts. And Vernon Broughton just got picked by the Saints. Vernon Broughton was a guy that I liked a lot. I was studying Alfred Thomas a lot, and Alfred Collins, excuse me. That's why I was struggling. And Broughton kind of jumped off the tape to me. I had him down at 126, but that's a defensive lineman that's jumped off the board at this point.
Yeah, he's very reminiscent of Matty BK to me in terms of Twitch. Him, Phillips, this group of day 2 defensive linemen in like the 3rd round. It's a very intriguing group because it's outside of Jamari Caldwell. There's these guys that have like this untapped pass rush upside. That's intriguing. If the Ravens didn't take an edge rusher round 2, I'd be like sitting here at 93, I'd be very intrigued for them to potentially take defensive lineman. But now that they took an edge, and I think we all said it earlier, like, hey, like the Grants is let's at least throw a pick at offensive line and finally at least show some willingness to put some assets in the interior guard play.
Yeah.
That's another way to look at it.
Jackson went off the board as well. So another edge rusher. Go ahead, Dev.
The Bills love that 4-3 stand up. I wasn't a fan of his. I'm gonna be completely honest. I had him slightly farther down the board. I don't like edge rushers that can't show any sort of hit portion or ability. Like the ankle flexion was fine, but he just wasn't smooth. But in terms of a 4-3 scheme, like I think it's a fine pick.
Go ahead, Dev. Sorry.
We were saying guard. Well, that's a good point. Or the thought also is that they haven't addressed offense at all yet. I think now you have you've drafted 2 players that fit the bill for playmaking, juice, splash plays, right?
Yeah.
That was it. For me, that was like, and we all follow each other, and we all follow our, analysis and content. So you guys know that I was banging the drum hard on that. I'm like, for the past couple of seasons, this defense, Lamar Jackson gets a lot of criticism, and I think at times it's warranted for the postseason performance, and there's the coaches that get the blame. But this defense, up until this year, finally we get to a point where nobody has been talking about how they've been just so putrid in the postseason in terms of the turnovers and making plays. So fine, I think you've addressed that as like incredibly as you could possibly do it with 2 top 15 talents. I think you come back, and if you're really feeling like, I mean, this team is 5 plays away from going to the Super Bowl one way or the other. We can argue last 2 seasons. In fact, I mean, I think the last year they had to play one more game, but I would just say if you're that close, try to get another starter, and that's the only place right now that there's a spot that could be competed for. And then I would come back on defense potentially tomorrow, load up defensive line. I think I do struggle with the defensive line because I was very pro defensive tackle, and I think it's an underrated need because they lost Mike Pierce. Travis Jones is a pending free agent. I think you could still make do. Like Broderick Washington actually played pretty well for them last year. And they're going to still address that position. And I feel like they always bring in at least one veteran that's kind of like can do some things for them, like to Jason's point, like a specialist of some kind.
Nose tackle just to replace the skill set of Pierce.
I think they can do some things, but guard is tough. It's like
you're on the field every down.
Yeah, and
it's hard to find starting offensive linemen after May. It really is.
So exactly. I want to bring up three guys. This is a guy a lot of people in the Ravens fandom like. It's Wyatt Milam, West Virginia, 6'6", 313, 32 and an eighth. So he's a tall guy. He didn't benefit from the long arms with his height, though. A little bit of it is a shame, but he played a lot of games as tackle, 43 starts as a college tackle, played on both sides, but he projects as an NFL guard. They had him work out at guard at the Senior Bowl. And what I noticed, just for what it's worth, a lot of okay reps. He's got a lot forward lean going right now. So he's got a little bit of a learning curve to work as a guard, his change from being a lifetime tackle. Physical player, strong hands, great demeanor. He wants to finish you. And once he gets a hold of you, he can twist and turn you. So the play strength is there. Routinely first off the snap. So I don't see a great athlete, but what I see is somebody that anticipates the snap, fires out with good pad level, kind of like he plays with an urgency that you like from an offensive lineman. He has some lateral agility to recover, but he's also susceptible to penalties, which is my biggest knock on him. He does not know when to give up. So sometimes when you get beat and the guy, you got a hold of the jersey and the guy starts to separate, you got to let go. He's late with that kind of stuff. His penalty numbers won't look good when you look him up. But Wyatt Milam, I think that overall he is a strong player, play strength wise, not the quickest player, but he makes up for it with like anticipation and smarts. He's just got to cut out the penalties.
Yeah. So earlier when I was referencing Ratledge being top heavy, the difference between Tate Ratledge is like my baseline for guards in like this day two spot. The thing with Milam is that one, the lower body injuries aren't there with Ratledge. Like I don't like being top heavy, but also being weak below the waist, like Ratledge is with the injuries. So Milam does not have that concern. So now you think, okay, I can put him into a good coaching staff. The strength is there. The natural fit of being a guard that, we always talk about, we want guards that can finish, right? We want guards that can finish the play. And, Falele is not the meanest in terms of the way he's absolutely put guys on the ground, but he's not the meanest in terms of like we're blocking guys out to the whistle and all those sort of things. So very, very much a scheme fit if that's the goal. Because in terms of pass protection, like I didn't see much in terms of pass protection. I'm like, okay, this guy can be a liability. He can't handle this sort of rusher because of the initial strike with the hands and the ability to anchor. Like he has a good anchor. I think that to your point, routinely first off the snap, I do think the quickness needs to improve. But I don't. There's nothing with him that I don't think a good coaching staff can improve, which is usually right around the spot you want to be with some of these prospects. Hey, I think you can improve, and I don't think it's something that like some things like functional strength. Like sometimes that just stuff doesn't improve. Sometimes going from a college weight room to an NFL weight room just doesn't do anything for that guy. And with him, it's all there. He's a good run blocker, and I feel like the run blocking aspect floor can give him time to develop as a pass protector.
Okay, so we have a very special guest. Alec is also back. So I'm going to get Alec back on the screen. I have so many slides, guys, that the guests slide down to a second row. So it's like you want to give me a thumbs up there whenever you're ready? I don't want to catch you off guard. We got a thumbs up. So without further ado, the special guest of tonight coming in Baltimore. And he's got with Baltimore from Love shirt. It is engraven coming off 410 Sports Talk last night. And Sarah and Bobby tonight. Engraven, you still alive and well?
Barely, man. Barely.
You look like it. You look like you could use some sleep right now.
That's not very nice.
No,
I mean, that's
I
real.
know.
No, keep it real. It ain't
I'm a
gotta be
In
nice.
Dev's defense, I agreed. I'm like, man, Graham looks tough.
I'm a sleep deprived guy. I can recognize sleep deprived. Recognize sleep deprived. So that's all I have to say.
You already know, man. But I'm still glad to be here, though, man. How y'all doing?
Doing great, man.
Good.
Like we were in a zone. We were, going over guys and their, the slides and talking about our favorites and leading up to the pick. We were like, okay, what position should we go? And we had written off Mike Green as a possibility. He was sitting there at number 6 on my board. Number 6 on my board, Engraven. That's how much I thought of him talent-wise. And it's not too far off from other people. Like, consensus, like top 10, 15 talent in this draft. And then we took Mike Green, and then the conversation got deep. We stopped following who else was being picked. I was like, kept sneaking to take people off the big board, but the conversation just kept going, my friend. So that's kind of how it's going. What is your thoughts? Have you been on any other program since the pick, or is this your debut thought? Have you made a video?
No, I ain't even get back to the hotel yet. I'm sitting here waiting for my food right now. So yeah, it's been a busy evening, but it's all good, man. I was surprised. I was for sure that when you heard that he had the allegations and stuff, like with James Pierce Jr., I was like, that'd be nice, but I don't think they're gonna take him. And with Mike Green, same thing. I don't think they're gonna take him, especially with and it is allegations. But especially with everything going on with Justin Tucker, I was like, nah, they ain't gonna do that. All right, but they did it. So they must have done all the homework in the world and all the research and whatnot, and they must feel like whatever happened with that he is gonna be okay. Because I don't think that they would have taken him if they didn't think that he was gonna be okay. And I think obviously they're grateful that nobody got him in the first round, and he just kept dropping. And Ravens like, you know what? All right, let's go ahead and make that move. Let's make it happen. So it can work out for them. I am pleased with it. Obviously, the on the field stuff with that they got a pass rusher that's been productive. Because that was a big thing that I was hoping that they were going to do this draft when it came to a pass rusher, because I just felt like, not that it would have been a waste, but it could have been a waste if they would have got a project guy. Like, all right, let's get somebody with some nice traits, but did they not have production in college? Yeah, let's go ahead and take a swing on it. I was hoping they wouldn't do that.
Hey, Engraven, to interrupt you, and why add another body when you have capable bodies? When I say by capable bodies, Ajabo's got experience. People don't like him, but he's got Adisa Isaac, a third-round pick. Davius Robinson, never going to be rack up the sacks. He's a run stuffer. Will clean up sacks. But like, if you add another guy of that talent level, is what I'm saying, then you're just muddling the picture more of what you already have. So you go and get, to your point, like a guy with extreme talent.
Yeah, man. So it should be fun, man. And also, I like how they drafted. I mean, they always talk about, BPA, but it's obviously need mixed in there as well. But I like how they addressed to both immediate needs, but future needs too. Darius Washington, 1-year deal on a restricted free agent tender, and Adafe Way in his 5th-year option, and Kyle Vanoy in the last year of his deal. So just a lot of question marks for the future at the safety position. Who's going to be next to Kyle Hamilton, but then also at pass rush, because what's going to happen with Adafe Way and what's going to happen with Kyle Vanoy. So they're handling the future, and obviously the draft is for the future, but it's also for the current now. But I do like both picks a lot. With Malachi Starks, I'm sure y'all talked about it today and yesterday. But with him, I just like how he opens things up even more for Ravens defense, allows them to be more flexible, more versatile. Just with him being able to just move everywhere, then that can free up Kyle Hamilton to allow him to get back to an even better version of what he was last year. Because I feel like with Kyle Hamilton last year, he was great, but I feel like he was restricted because of everything that was happening on the back end.
We were talking about that earlier.
My main point, Engraven, your best player on defense, no offense to Roquan and Matabike, but
it's Kyle Hamilton for sure.
So why would you want him? And I got flack for using the term babysit, but babysitting the back end. If you can get somebody that can handle true free safety, you can get, your best player doing what he does best.
Yeah.
As much as we like Ardarius, and I'm a huge Ardarius fan going back
Love him.
to when he was looked at as a second round prospect, but he's limited. His size and his ability to play deep, and you're kind of again they got away with it last year, and they worked well together because those guys really made a point to be in their spots and not screw around. But now, because and you bring up a great point, Engraven, is that he's already on a 1-year deal, and I don't see a long. There was pretty much a clear view that they didn't look at him as a long-term solution to give him a new contract or an extension, right? So this is just, I mean, that's just going to this entire group. All of a sudden, all the pieces fit really well, like because he could be a utility player. He could be a slot guy. You can move him around. You can blitz him. He can do some things like that, right? And he doesn't have to play all the snaps he played last year. So it's just really cool to see. Like it's almost like Transformers. Like they kind of fit together. Voltron, Transformers, whatever. They all kind of fit together really well. And you also bring up a really good point about the future players that I didn't even think about when you talk about Green. But yeah, Owe could be gone. Van Noy, however many years he got left with him. And then Ojabo's been a bust. So what do you have after that? Like, you really don't have anything else. And so that's a definite good call out beyond the fact that I think Green will immediately get involved in rush packages just to start.
And I think Ardarius tweeted something out. Maybe Engraven did a video on it because you put out so much content, but like he was like, all right, bet or something. Like it almost seemed like he was negotiating a deal with the Ravens, but was like, oh, you guys don't want me type of feel from a tweet. Do you remember that at all, bud?
Oh yeah,
for
sure. Yeah, I think that, I mean, we ain't got no official confirmation from Ardarius or anything like that, but it was along those lines because like shortly after that, it came out, all right, the Ravens, they put the tender on him and they didn't come out they didn't give him a contract extension. So yeah, I think that's what it was. And it seems like that's what it is because it's like, it seemed like it's like, all right, bet. You don't want to sign me to a long term? Okay, cool. I'm going to show you. But with Ardarius, he was just in a tough position because when they first signed him as an undrafted rookie free agent a couple of years ago, they gave him a significant signing bonus. So they showed, oh yeah, we really like Ardarius Washington. But then he got hurt. And then he got hurt again. But then this year, he was healthy. He got his biggest opportunity ever. He took advantage of it, did his thing. And I just feel like with the Ravens, like Dave was talking about, they pretty much made it clear like Ardarius wouldn't be a long-term solution, especially with the tender that they placed on him too, because it was a tender where if somebody else signed him to an offer sheet, Ravens wouldn't get nothing back if they didn't match it. So they were willing to take that risk with Ardarius Washington if they would have lost him. Like, oh, okay, we ain't gonna get nothing. All right, cool. So that shows you like they value him, but they don't value him like that. And with Ardarius Washington too, we know Kyle Hamilton's gonna get paid. Ardarius Washington could get an extension, and he wouldn't command as much money as a Kyle Hamilton, but I just couldn't see the Ravens investing all that money into two safeties. It just
and let him play. Let him play for it. If he gets hurt again, he has no value, and he wants to come back. Okay, it's not good for us this year because Ardarius was wonderful. And if he plays like he did last year for a whole season, you're talking about a guy that could be flirting with a Pro Bowl because, man, I could tell you from putting together his play compilation / highlights, Ardarius was awesome last year all over the place. His instinctual nature, and he looked like the player he was in college. Like the size didn't matter to him. So I want to bring Alec back in here. And Engraven, I wanted to get your opinion on this as well. But Alec, start with you. The Ravens filled a quote-unquote needs safety and edge. So the question I posed, and we all chose the same position, so I want to know if you are on the same page, guys. You got two players, different positions, equal value. You got the same exact grade on them, premium position, all that taken into consideration. You value to the two guys the same. One plays guard, one plays corner. Who you taking in the third round? Alec, start us off.
Guard.
Is that it? I mean, you were gone for like a long time.
It's because Yeah, I mean, it's because guard is like, again, it's a position that if they win the starting job, they're going to play 100% of snaps, and that Falele is over here, maybe gone after this year. So continuing to backfill, we already have like a lack of depth at the position group. So you get him, and we're a corner. It's like I don't know where that player plays in the short term, and I also I feel like every year there's corners, right? Like there's always corners available. And at the same time, like I don't know if I would say the corners this year at this point are worth the same as corners in like other drafts potentially. I don't know if Jason, if you feel the same way, but I feel like there was like a little bit more interesting prospects at corner at this point in other drafts.
Yeah, Engraven, I'll kick it to you on this. I just feel like Alex, that last point was the most important. You can always find a corner in the third, fourth, fifth round even that can do, they can easily translate one skill. So maybe they can't stick in man, but they're good zone corners. They might run a 4-5, something like that, but they got good size. Like everybody's got something, that's good about them and not so good about them. So I feel like you can always get corners that can do a slat, quote unquote, job. Whereas for a guard, you're kind of on your own, bro. There you are in the offensive line. We can help you with the center a little bit, but then we're limiting our offense other places. So, yeah. So it was 4 votes for guard, Engraven. Are you going to spice up the conversation? Or
it's 5 votes for guard. It's super, super important. You saw even last year, you had a starter at guard, but then he got hurt. And he has had an injury history in college too, that being Andrew Voorhees. So then there was Pat McCarry, and he was solid, but now he's gone. So your guys there at left guard at least is Andrew Voorhees and Ben Cleveland. Obviously Ben Cleveland, he's not the future for the Ravens. He's sort of just like a placeholder, especially with the type of deal that they signed him to with no guaranteed money and no bonus or nothing. So I think he's just there till, all right, let's see who we draft. Let's see if we can get any more free agents and whatnot. And if we keep Ben Cleveland, we keep him. But if not, then we let him go. So definitely guard, because you need upgrades there anyway. Well, with what you have could get it done, but you can always improve there. We always talk about the trenches in football. Everything starts in the trenches, offensive line and defensive line. You on your defensive line, I was hoping that they were going to get Derek Harmon, but the Steelers stole them. But anyway, with offensive line, it's you got Lamar Jackson. You should not just be trotting out any old offensive line when you have somebody like that. And a lot of teams, what they tend to do, especially with mobile quarterbacks, they can get a little lazy with the offensive line. They be like, he's mobile, so we ain't really got to put the best old line out there. He'll be straight. And with Lamar, there's been times where it seems like the Ravens have done that, but you can't do that because you know what Lamar can do as a quarterback. When he got a clean pocket, it's over, man. It's really nasty for the league, and Lamar got a clean. Even when he don't got a clean pocket, he's still nasty. But offensive guard would be my pick for like a million reasons, but actually for 8 reasons for number 8.
Yeah, Jeremiah W. is echoing my sentiments from earlier that he will also have a lifelong bias against bullies and offensive line. Mine's just against offensive linemen. I don't do bully, especially child. No, definitely not. I'll bully Engraven every once in a while, but that's just love. But yeah, Engraven, I catch a ball, they get a penalty. I tackle a running back, and they want to fall and trip on me. And yeah, so I don't like offensive linemen from childhood, sir. I don't know if that's a bias or not, but
oh man.
Something to think about in this, just wanted to throw out also the hiring of Chuck Pagano. So how much does that play a factor when you take, I mean, the talent of corner not being what it was last year or the last couple of drafts, but maybe, again, maybe getting to that point of you can do something, you can develop cornerback play. They developed Kerry Williams under Chuck Pagano, right? And he kind of bounced around, but he fit physically what they want in a corner and was a solid starting cornerback for them. So that's another thing I'm thinking of now that sparked when we were talking about this, is that perhaps from a coaching perspective, they feel like they can make up some ground. And if they do take a guy in the 5th, 6th round, develop them up. Not for year one. Most likely that's not the case. I still think they're going to they can backfill with they can bring them a lot back at that rate, or they can sign a veteran if they really feel that they need that depth, which they've done before in the past. And I like Tampa. We've talked about that, so maybe that's another factor is the coaching for corner. But there's too many. There's too many picks that they have that they're not going to draft. At least didn't DaCosta even basically guarantee it?
Yeah.
I think I remember him saying word for word. It's pretty much a guarantee they'll take one. So
Engraven there for a second. Eye out for him.
No.
Yeah, he always brings so much energy and knowledge to the show. I love it. Guys, when does inside linebacker enter the picture? I know you're
Fairchild gone.
Yeah, can we talk about the pick, bro? Fairchild?
I mean, not really, bro.
That was my
I've kind
perfect
of
draft boy.
on the Ravens. Oh yeah, Austin saw Justin Wally go engraven. Alec, that made me laugh because somebody had Justin Wally in the perfect draft. Did not make my board, so that was pretty cool. Dylan Fairchild goes to the Bengals, so they get some O-line help. I'll remove engraven and wait till he comes back. I want to talk about inside linebacker though. Trenton Simpson is there. Nobody else is there though. We lost Malik. We lost Chris Board. So we lost our insurance policy. Now, I've been known as a Trenton Simpson apologist. Like, I like him. I just think he needed time to really learn the position better. He's got all the speed, the power, the want to. You see it on special teams. Excellent tackler. But he has problems with discipline, staying in his gap. And, firstly, I'll say that I think Trenton Simpson kind of got an unfair rep last year. I think the safety play of Eddie Jackson and Marcus Williams really cost him being charged for some passes in his zone over the middle. When you look at his pass defense, quarterbacks were not scared. The wide receivers could widen their routes upfield a little bit. And really, so I think Trenton Simpson is going to be good. But at the same time, we have nobody behind Roquan and Trenton. So could we see if we pick the best inside linebacker on our board and we come to the podium and say, look, we had this guy ranked as linebacker number 2 on our board. We just couldn't pass on him on pick 90, whatever it is. How would you feel about that? Yuri, I know you're not a big fan of linebackers. You're more into the positional value.
It's not positional value. It's that they already spent a 3rd-round pick on someone. They already, I think day 3, you have those 6th-round picks, and everyone's like, oh, take a kicker because who cares? No. Take a linebacker because that's where you are good at finding linebackers on day 3 on UDFA, and use those picks to the positions you're good at finding. Running backs, tight ends, those day 3 picks that people are considering trash, which in this class absolutely is not trash. I would be against a linebacker at this point because the offensive line board, unless I missed it, Mbow's still there, Millam's still there.
I think Millam went.
Did Millam go?
No, not to me. I didn't see him.
I didn't see that.
No.
Yeah.
Maybe they flashed him on the screen. My bad.
So the offensive line board is still looking juicy. I mean, who are you going with at linebacker? Chris Paul Jr.
How about defensive tackle? I'll pose that to you then, Yuri.
Okay. That's a more legitimate argument, but I think that with the fact that they've already spent 2 picks on the defense, and especially with Mike Green, who's a force multiplier, straight out, force multiplier will draw attention to himself as an edge rusher day 1.
No more race car package, NASCAR package on 3rd down if we want to with all these outside linebackers.
Right. So
they could kick to Robinson inside too. That's something.
Yeah.
I've been thinking about that when you brought up the list of guys. That's seeming to be more and more a possibility. Not that they would ask him to maybe gain the weight like we've talked about, but he's got the capability, I think, with his hand usage. He's got some McPhee-esque ability. I don't know. Something to think about.
Miles Frazier as well would be another solid pickup here. I mean, you get deep into the bag, and you're talking about Caleb Rogers, Jalen Rivers. They need offensive line flat out. The depth chart, the offensive line is very barren right now, and it would be par for the course but also disappointing if they were to wait till tomorrow to kind of just backfill it. Like we need someone with a pulse, and there's plenty of guys on the board right now with the pulse.
So Kevin Winston Jr., great player, had an injury concern himself, missed the season after I think week 1. He's out the door. Alec, coming to you, brother. 3rd round pick. What are you looking for here? We got multiple picks in the 4th. The Ravens pick, though, is 8 picks away. The Steelers are on the clock. You still have Marcus Mbow on the board. You still have Milam on the board. There are a couple of tackles that I think would translate in the guard at Charles Grant. That was our guy, Jim 20 Eyes' guy. Emory Jones could also do it from LSU. Do you go offensive lineman here? Is there another position you're good looking at? Or do you like the roster and just say BPA? I don't care if it's a wide receiver. Just take the guy that's best for you.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think it's BPA, but I look at the board, man, and Farmer's just there like a sore thumb.
Yeah.
And I think that's the pick. Like, if he's still there when the Ravens pick and they don't take him, I'll be a little bit sad. That might be something we don't know because they've done the unthinkable. So it's time just to take guys, you know?
They can smell the Chiefs' blood, guys. I think that's
They can.
What it is, so.
That's what I said after the.
Is this Milrow, by the way?
The playoff. The Steelers. What I was going to say earlier, the Steelers have to take quarterback here. They have to. Like, if they don't, why would you sign Darius? Like, why would you trade for a veteran receiver? Like, that doesn't make any sense unless you're taking a quarterback with a pulse or signing Aaron Rodgers.
They took a running back.
Yeah.
So,
And pardon my ignorance, but is Shador still on the board?
Yeah, I think he is.
He is.
So flat out, I'm not taking the Steelers this year. It'll be the same old 9-8. Like, genuinely, after this past year, when the Ravens finally got over the hump of beating them twice in a single year, I think we got the number, especially with us adding a player of our own who's not the most sound off the field. Genuinely, like, I'm not taking the Steelers serious. Like, I don't care if they sign Aaron Rodgers. Like, I think we have the number. I think we will punk them twice this year, flat out.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like they've won because of goofy plays and crazy things happening.
Nonsense.
And some of that is they do have some level of they were getting in I think the team's head a bit, but
Yeah.
Like you said, that was pretty. Once they started to figure out that they were just the better team, and I hope that translates to that next group, right? Like Kansas City and some lesser extent Buffalo, but like just that part, they seem to they got over the mental hurdle, and yeah, I mean, just see if you can get a guard here. If they do go defensive tackle, I'd be pretty happy with that too. I don't think. I just can't really back to Jason's original question, like linebacker, corner. I can't. I wouldn't be. I think that would just be a waste at this point. Personally, like you still have some premium talent on the board and guys that can help you. Again, we're talking about those edges. Like they kind of smooth out their edges. They're a really good team right now, but you're still able to get one more starter potentially. And back to what Joel Klatt said, like I might have butchered his name, Joel.
I don't know if it's Joe or
if it's
Joel.
Klatt, but like
it's Klatt, but
I think but he made the point like you can get those him and DJ both like you can get the starter, you can get 3 starters. So if you can get
the host is on.
Yeah, he made a signal on him. All right. So yeah, I think that's really it. If they can get 3 guys, either starter level, right? Because that's something hard anyway. I mean, Starks probably will start in some capacity, but even a guy that just is contributing, and then the offensive line we've talked about, that's a battle, legitimately. Like I think you just got to make it a battle at left guard, and the only way to really do that right now is to get someone here. Because if you go into round 4, I think now all of a sudden. I just don't see much of a difference between the rest of the guys at that point.
I agree. Once you get into round 4, you're looking at. I brought him up earlier. Caleb Rogers is like a tackle who's going to convert to guard more than likely at the next level, and then You have Jackson Slater, who's a little like Mason McCormick, if you remember him from last year's class, like high athleticism ceiling, small school, Sacramento State. Then you get deep in the bag like Millam. I think Millam is a decent gap from the rest of the guys. So I think this is where best player available kind of maybe takes a little bit of a backseat because there are some really good players on the board. And you kind of you weigh, EDC made it in the press conference. Chiefs trade up for Noel Williams. EDC said in the press conference, you put guys in the buckets and how do you weigh them and all that stuff. So I think that we're, what are we at? 1, 2,
They
3,
seem to be
4,
in a good
5,
position to
5
get.
picks. 5 picks away.
Yeah, and I feel like they'll have a good shot here to get a quality guard, or a tackle that, if they believe can play guard. It's the other factor. That's the other equation. And
Jalen Rivers is another one. A tackle, primarily tackle that probably kicks into guard at the next level.
Yeah, I like that pick as well.
I'm fine with that too, because tackle is also an area like, yeah, you're looking pretty good, but I think Ronnie. We know Ronnie. We know Ronnie's only got a couple years on this deal, and he's got injury history. So it's just they have no swing right now. They have no depth at all. That's gone. Makari being gone, that was like the guy that could jump in there, right? So they do need to get a tackle as well. Like I think maybe they can do both. Like they could get a guy later to play tackle, or you just get the guard. Like they could do it either way. They could get the player that can do both. So I don't know. I think
all I was going to say to you is who's the tackle right now on the roster behind those two? There's literally no one.
Nobody. Literally nobody at this point. That was just kind of scary.
Yeah, and so they showed interest in Juwan James, obviously early in the offseason. So maybe they sign him to be the swing tackle, and that still doesn't take away from the factor that hasn't happened, and maybe there's a handshake deal, but I think offensive line. We've hit on a bunch, but it's time to certainly take a swing here. Even if it's, like I said, guard tackle, guys play tackles, kicks in the guard, pure guard. You have to make some sort of effort to address it because the offensive line, outside of the guys that we currently have on the roster, it needs addressing, and that's another thing to go with the later day 3 picks. Like, I don't know if you can afford to take a special teams only type guy when we only have 2 tackles on the roster and 3 guards, and we have we have Samak, the backup center, which we spent capital on and cheap contract and whatever, but you need guys that can the offensive line's hard to play. It's hard to play for a full slate, so you need capable guys that can step in and potentially play a game or 2.
No, I'm with you. So I think we're all on the same page. And,
yeah, we are.
I don't see. Like you can again go to the well of day 3, but it's what do you? I mean, then you're looking at you're just putting a lot of hope, and this team is ready to win. They're ready to get
go. It's ready to go.
They're contenders right now.
I'm ready to go. I'm ready to.
That's what that's where I'm at too. It's like that was a clear signal that they see the same thing, and they're just right there. So I mean, just take the player now and deal with those other things later on day 3, where you're feeling like we could shore up some other depth that it concerns at other positions that just aren't going to rise to that level. To me, it's just we'll find out soon.
It's ready to go. You made a good point. It's ready to go. Like at this point, they got the starting safety. They got the edge rusher with the quote unquote closability. Now it's time. Like let's get an offensive lineman that can either spot you at tackle if you need to, or can compete with Voorhees at guard, and then I mean that's I don't know. After that, go for the depth players you want.
Okay, hey, our guy
come on.
Jim 20 Eyes, one of his favorites, one of my favorites. I felt like I had him in a good position on the board. Jamari Caldwell out of Oregon. Yuri, I had conversations with you about this guy, studying Derek Harmon, and Alec. We both he came up in our perfect draft, but his run defense is just excellent.
Is that the pick for the Chargers?
That's the pick for the Chargers, Jamari Caldwell.
That's so. Look, here's my thing with run defense skill sets. Look, you don't take them. You don't do what the Lions did. You don't take them high. This is where you get into the round. He's a lot like the Brandon Williams types. Harbaugh, I think Harbaugh is going to love him. Very physical, strong. I think 6 foot flat, 340 pounds, 350 pounds. Very round human. But to me, we were talking about it. The run defense between him and Harmon, there was a clear difference in terms of tenacity to engage in gap. Caldwell can absolutely 2-stack, 2-gap, stack and shed, peak, like complete run defender. This is a good pick for the Chargers. This is about where I had him on my board. Like I said, strong nose tackle type.
6'2", 332.
The Chargers have struggled. They have struggled immensely with the interior run defense types, and they haven't had it in a while. And now they get someone who is a pure run defender, and it's something they needed. It's something they needed for a while because it's like the Browns. The Browns have had like awful interior defensive line play for a minute. Is Mason Graham going to be a good run defender day one? I don't think so. But to the point I'm making is that the interior defensive line has been a huge issue for them for a while, and eventually you have to put some assets into it.
For real. And Caldwell, to me, 6'2", 332, just an absolute stump of a human. Easy for me to say. He's taller than me. I'm not 6'2", I can tell you that. Alec is, though. Alec very tall.
I didn't know that, Alec.
I'm not that tall. It's fake news.
I was lying a little bit. Just sorry, Dev. Sorry.
I'm under.
There'd be no way for me to verify that.
My only height claim to fame is I said on forums for a very long time that I was 5'10", and then I measured myself and I was very clearly 5'11", like 5'11" and change, and I've just been undersizing, which I feel like no one ever actually does. So then I had to start correcting it.
Hey, Jason, look, my hinge profile says 6 foot. That's all that matters.
That's not true.
I've never met you.
I've met you before. You liar.
So somebody took a chance on Savion Williams, and it's the Packers. He is off the board, the wide receiver from TCU, with the profile that looks so awesome. And Yuri, when he first started watching tape, they need outside receivers. When Yuri started watching tape on Savion, and he started raving about him, and I related to him so much because I'm like, man, when I saw this guy, why is he so low on the initial list I got? And then you look at his drops, and they are mind-blowingly frustrating. Like the quarterback drops a pillow in his hands, and they drop it. It's a hand-eye coordination issue for me. It's not a hand placement issue. I don't know. They threw him screen passes that he dropped. It's just so frustrating. But if he hits and Savion cuts out the drops, you're talking about a prototypical X who can do everything for you.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on in the TCU water and why all these guys that are 6 foot and have dreads and can do a lot of things just keep dropping the football. I mean, it's interesting, but
that's why they went with Jack Besh. No
right.
dreads on him. Yeah.
But it's a good pick for them because one, you have the elevation in kick return, right? The rules have changed. It's become more important to have a good kick returner in the National Football League, and Savion can do that. Savion immediately, to me, day one is a Cordell Patterson level of player. Like he can be running back, he can be receiver, and he
reminds me of Laviska. Laviska's but a better version of Laviska.
He's not weak. He's not like QJ. I love QJ. QJ's weak. He's not weak. He's very strong at the point of attack. Like, it's just the fact that his hand-eye coordination is not the greatest. But, the Packers add another guy. And now you have Matthew Golden, Savion. They have Look at that receiver room on the board right there. Matthew Golden, Savion, Romeo Dobbs, Jaden Reed, Christian Washington. I mean,
I wonder if they're going to make a trade too,
they
because
definitely will.
they got too many guys that would make a lot of sense to move one of them, if not two.
So I love the comment from Like Father, Like Son, from with the picture back from his military days, deployment days. Did you say? Sorry if I get it wrong, but yeah, Xavier Watts. If we truly go BPA, Xavier Watts is BPA right now, which is insane. Maybe not literally on their board, but you look at the guys that are sticking out according to my rankings. The only two with second round grades still available here in the third, Xavier Watts and Joshua Farmer, who was my positional favorite. So no shocker that he's lasting longer than he would have on my board. But you look at it, guys, the board's holding up actually phenomenally well this year. Very proud of this because it is a Raven-centric board, but I don't go way off of, like if a guy doesn't fit for the Ravens, like the slot corner that just went, Caleb Ransall, he was in the blue, but that didn't mean he was going to be dropped off my board completely. He's still a very good player. So very proud of the board right here, propping it up. Xavier Watts, Joshua Farmer, second round grades. Running backs are starting to stick out. Marcus Mbow, Wyatt Milam, Charles Grant, Emory Jones, all guys who could be taken. But the guys who are in the purple are running out, guys, are running out. So the Ravens, I think, here picking in 2 or 3 picks are running out, are in a good spot, rather. If you want to get a guy that you're high on like I am, now is the time. Now is the time.
Grant, Jones, Milam, Farmer, Mbow. Those are the picks.
And was Swinson still out there? Braden Swinson?
Yeah.
I feel like he was picked, bro. My goodness. He's a really good player too, but of course the Mike Green selection, he's out of probably out of the picture there. The Ravens coming up 2 picks. So if it were me, Josh Farmer, Marcus Mbow, Charles Grant, it would be hard for me to choose between them. I would have to drop Watts out of the consideration just because of the Starks pick, but Watts would be the highest rated player on my board. Jim going with Milam or Grant. I like it. I have Mbow a little bit higher. Can Mbow gets bigger and strong enough to compete in this league is the big question with him. Dev, watch Marcus Mbow get walked back very easily. A lot of experience at tackle. He hasn't played guard in a couple of years. 6'4", 303, 32-inch arms. And when I saw him at the Senior Bowl, like I said, granted, those drills are for defensive linemen, so I don't really knock. I'm not like, oh, he got beat. Oh, he sucked. But Marcus Mbow was having clearly a hard time handling the power there compared to the other guards. So, if you want somebody to run outside zone, Marcus Mbow is your guy. But again, some of the bigger, stronger guys, year one, it's going to be really tough for him to handle NFL power, and he might not ever be able to, is the biggest question.
Yeah, that's somebody I might have to move away from, because if you just look at also what's going on with the North and Harmon, like the Steelers drafted Harmon, like it's just going to be.
Yuri, turn that off.
No, it's already happened.
Get out of here.
You're not paying attention. It already happened.
Okay.
It's been up
Wyatt
there.
Milam just came
on
off the
time.
board.
This is not Twitter. I haven't had Twitter open 3 hours, 3.5 hours.
Okay. You're off the hook. So our good friend Cole Jackson's guy, Wyatt Milam, undersized but feisty, is off the board. Sorry to interrupt you there, Dave.
No, it's okay. I think the PowerPoint gets also back to what we were saying about Voorhees at times, just being overpowered. I think it is something it would be hard. And then you have Linderbaum too at center, who's if there's one area that if you had to quibble with him, he can be overpowered. So I just would rather not go in that direction. That's my feeling on that. Like I want somebody with like that power and functional strength.
So Alec, Yuri, what about a tackle transfer? It might take a little time, but Emory Jones is a heck of a ball player. Young, came out after 3 years as a true junior, 36 starts at right tackle. So that tells you about why he might be good moving inside. You question his vertical drop, but he plays strong, offers firm punch, veteran hand usage in pass pro, for a young player, he's very, very polished with his hand usage. The body type, of course, suggests he could be a guard, and concern stems from his body control, handling the speed rush. His overall balance is something that I did not enjoy watching.
Yeah. The balance was a huge issue for me. I don't in terms of where I have him on the board, you have him 38th. I have him around.
That's a typo.
Typo, yeah.
That's a typo. Sorry.
He
Yeah,
has him at very nice 69.
69. So yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, let me
Nice.
take that off.
Question mark. Yeah, I don't the hip torsion, the ability to get verticalness drop, like yeah, it could certainly be minimized at a guard spot. I like the other LSU offensive lineman here. I'm gonna be honest. Miles Frazier, way more athletic, way more fluid in his hips, way more.
Has played guard too.
Yeah, and he's played guard. I think he can play either side as well in terms of where you want him to guard. He's not like Ben Cleveland; you can only play one side. So
it's interesting because he's also higher on the board for Jeremiah. Just seeing that flash.
Frazier, yeah.
Yeah.
Frazier would be a nice pick here. I don't mind that, but the Rams. I'm curious what the Rams do. They can go in a lot of ways. But I would love Miles Frazier. I'd love Mbow. I would love. Get deep into the bag. The Ravens.
Jalen Rivers is another really intriguing guy.
Yeah.
Really good player. Played tackle. Profiles as a guard. The thing that kept me down on him, and I have Rivers and Miles Frazier back to back on my board at 98, 99. So I mean, we're picking. This wouldn't be a reach at all to me. I like both of those players. But with Jalen Rivers, it's nagging injuries in, I think, 3 years, 21, 22, and 24, if I remember the years correctly, where he had to miss time. So another guy like Tate Ratledge, where he has trouble finishing a full season, which is tough for a big guy.
Hey, Jason.
Sir.
Pick 100, Ferguson, tight end, right? He's off the board.
Yes.
I think you moved him off earlier. I wonder if you had him on there twice or not. Because I think I saw him at 90 before. So.
Yeah, Ashton Gelati should have went too. I'm looking at my copy here.
Yeah, he did go. He went when I was gone. I came back and I was sad to see it.
Okay. Took him off the board. Thank you very much, Alec.
No problem.
I was bound to miss something.
I mean, no, it's easy to miss.
Jason Wilson is still there. I at this point, I would swing on that upside as a guard.
That's what it was. I believe Gelati and Ferguson went at the same time, Alec. So or back to back. So I probably just got one and not the other.
I've done that all the time in my fantasy drafts, man. And then I'm like searching 3 rounds later for a guy I don't really want, but I'm like, the value's too strong. And then you get like, oh, he was picked already, and the clock's down to 3, and then you just pick somebody.
Okay, so Josiah Stewart, edge, off the board, which is good because the Ravens just got their edge. He goes before Braden Swinson, too. So the Ravens are on the clock here at pick 91. Here we go, fellas. Farmer. It is time to turn it up a notch. Offensive line, defensive line, cornerback, inside linebacker, I think are all in play for the Ravens. We have our preferences there. And Jim High saying Spencer Milam going 2 picks before us. Shades of Spencer Brown. Yeah, Jim remembers I was a Spencer Brown enthusiast as far as second round goes, and I think he's played to about that for right tackle for the Bills. Not a liability, not a great player, but a solid starter. So, yeah, maybe they liked Milam, maybe they didn't. We will never know, unfortunately.
Get somebody offensive or defensive line. Address the line is where I would prefer at this point. And the elephant in the room is that they've also just been handled in these games, too, in the playoffs on both sides at times, right? So I think you need an enforcer. And we've talked about it, all the depth kind of all just matches up. So that
Jason Brown back up there again, Dev, cutting you off because we have a pick coming up.
All right.
Will the Ravens go trenches? Do they look for a
That
corner?
was a joke.
In honor
Hey,
of Jason Brown.
check
let's
it
do
out. Bam. There he goes,
Mhm.
brother. There he goes.
69 overall. Very
Love it.
nice.
Emory Jones, LSU.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm going to pretend I had him 38th overall now.
Yeah.
He is 69th overall. But yeah, Mr. Jones
Nice
out of
pick.
LSU. He fits, he can kick out, play right tackle if we need him, if we have an injury there. But a young player. The Ravens, Dev, you might want to start tracking this. I want to see a tweet out of you in the next couple of days. The average age under DaCosta compared to like Ozzie Newsome seems like he just loves the younger players, almost to the point where I'm going to have to start looking in the past the first round because I take into consideration for your foundational picks, always have. But like here we are in the third round, and he's like, yeah, I probably got a guy that's 23 years old. I got Emory Jones coming out at 21. I'm going to take Emory Jones. Right tackle could be a very good option at guard. There you go, number 69 on the board.
I love it because we talked about. I think when you stepped away, Jason, that tackle. There's nobody there right now, like outside of the top two guys, right? So that's scary. So right away, you have someone who you can plug in. I like that Rodgers got on paper versatility, right? He could play left tackle for you. You could go that route if you need to move him. So let this guy stay at right tackle. But the beauty is he in play for guard? And the age part I like because that just means that they believe that there's a lot more developing to go. They feel confident. I mean, you'd rather have somebody, generally speaking, that's younger because their best football's in front of them. We saw that with Patrick Queen, right? It did take some time for him, but the payoff was worth it. And we've also seen that with Suggs just way back, although that was an Aussie guy. But yeah, I think you guys know more, and you convinced me. But I really like it because it fits multiple needs along the offensive line in insertion of clear talent that they need.
Yep.
Milrow goes to the Seahawks, so another quarterback taken ahead of Shador Sanders there. That would be the 1, 2, 3, fourth quarterback taken. That would be Cam Ward, Jackson Dart, Tyler Shuck, and now Jalen Milrow ahead of Shador. That's going to be the big national storyline here. But man, I can't get over how this draft has felt to the Ravens, guys. My goodness. Beautifully. Dev, I know you got to get out of here kind of soon. Appreciate all your time, but like the need part of it, like the fit between player talent, where I have them ranked, where the experts have them ranked, forget about me, but just how they're regarded in the scouting community versus the need versus where they was selected. Obviously, like the Mike Green pick is kind of like a cheat code because he didn't drop for football reasons. But the Ravens have got to feel great already about where they sit talent-wise here. Now we have true depth on a lot of important positions.
I agree. And just whatever we talked about prior, I mean, really when the offseason started, like what do they need? They need to, I think I had tackle guard carved out. They're going to draft a tackle guard. They had to get a tackle guard. They had to address it. Pass rush we've talked about, and then they needed a safety as well. So they've checked all the boxes in 3 picks.
Yeah.
Forget let alone. I mean, they didn't do a whole lot in free agency, as we know, but like it's just remarkable that they did it in 3 picks. I might be in the moment, but I can't remember the first 3 picks being this comprehensive for DaCosta in his tenure as GM. Like going in, these are the areas, and it's easier because they don't have as many holes, right? Like pretty much have like 4 or 5 areas that you could call as holes, or they could shore up. So maybe that made it easier. They just went in laser focused and they nailed. Now, like you said, Jason, the green pick is it was just like fell in their lap. So it is what it is, though. They addressed it. They pulled the trigger, and you'd have to be really happy right now if you're a Ravens follower.
Yeah.
But as I mentioned to Jason, I do have to get going, and this was I actually planned to. I didn't necessarily know if I could stay for the 3rd round pick, so you guys pulled me in, and this was great. Pleasure as always. A lot of fun, and especially the Mike Green pick, like that is one for the books. So.
You were, excuse me. I mean, that one was like, it really brought out the emotions and the excitement, the fear, the discussion just went in a completely different angle. I'm like, all right, are we going to talk about a guard here? Are we going to talk about a this or that corner? And then all of a sudden it's Mike Green, and the whole broadcast changed. We had guy had to take a break. JP Bugs had to take a mental break. Haven't seen him back. But yeah, man, it's just was great having you, Dev. I'm already going to ask you, hopefully next year, we can make this a habit. And you can carve out at least a little bit of time, man. I know you stayed longer than you probably planned on tonight, but man, it's always great having you here because just your knowledge of the organization, even if you're not studying the draft, you just bring so much to the table, man.
I appreciate it. You guys you guys do a lot of the great work, though, when it comes to the draft prep and between the board and then the evaluation work that you all three do. It's a lot of work and it's a lot of time. And I think we always have to give a nod across our analyst community as well. It's important because I think it's just, we're doing it because it's a labor of love and passion, right? I mean,
right.
It's just time. It's not to take away from what we're doing, and it's great, right? It's awesome. It's fun, but I do think it's a good time to acknowledge that there's time spent and there's a contribution made, and hopefully the fans really are able to get knowledge from it. I know I get knowledge from you guys, so thank you.
I got so much enjoyment out of doing the draft shows leading up to this because you get to see the draft isn't like a big thing that everybody loves, but those who are into it are really into it. And those that can't get into it, maybe they pick a few prospects, that they're really familiar with. Maybe they're fans of the team or they're watching a certain conference or something, and these guys stand out and they can tell you all about them. So like Dev, I'm like, I'm doing these shows. I know they're not going to get a ton of views, because I'm not doing hot button topics and I'm not putting out everything every day, but content every day. But the people who joined us for those shows, man, really made the time worth it. I want to do more next year. And Dev, one more question. EDC should trade up now. Make a trade up because we got a lot of picks. Odds the Ravens trade up. Maybe not. Well, we'll say not now, Dev, but if early tomorrow, say, or now or early tomorrow.
Yeah, I think that's a decent bet because that's always like he's talked about it. I believe he's talked about resetting the board and wanting to get in early, right? Because that all of a sudden the lens changes dramatically because you have like a Watts or someone, right? Like, what's going on here? It stands out like a sore thumb to get in on that early spot.
Right.
Actually, I think Valele was one of the guys they drafted early in the round 4, but that was the year that year they
six
had
picks.
the 6 picks, right?
Yeah.
But he was one of those guys that dropped, and like they were able to get him early. So I do think there's a chance of that, or they may do something sneaky like package a couple picks for a higher pick next year. We've seen them do that, or for a player,
right?
That's also
because you get a round of value. If you trade a 4th, it's usually worth a 3rd next year. Yeah. I also got to take a shout out before he logs off. Like father, like son. Thanks, man. Thanks for everything tonight. I know everybody enjoyed your comments, checking in. It was great for you to see you checking in, man. So, Dev, I officially say goodbye to you, brother. I know you got to go.
Yeah, appreciate it, guys. It's great.
We'll see. Hey, man, see you next year. I'm already speaking it into existence. And bring Nikhil with you next time. Tell him to stop, actually working at the Ravens. The man's actually at the castle. So, like,
I have no accountability over him.
Well, I mean, he's your partner for battle plans. I figured you might have some pull.
I have no pull.
If you could be asking EDC questions at the castle or here on Huddled Up Films, I mean, I think the choice is clear.
You know what? I'll see if I can get a word in with him, and we'll make it happen. But pleasure as always, and fun times, and we'll chop it. I'm sure we'll chop it up also on X or whatever it's called.
Twitter. I'll be at you, retweeting it, quote tweeting you, commenting underneath. Appreciate any kind of interaction on there too. See you later, Dev.
Thanks, guys. Enjoy.
Later, Dev.
Take
Russell
Yes.
Street Report right at us. So, fellas, we're here for the last, I don't know, 9 picks, 10 picks. How we feeling about this draft overall? What do you got, Alec? Come on, man. What you got left in the tank?
Well, I mean, I'm looking at the trade up possibilities. They would have to trade like to get it back into the third. They'd have to trade their next 3 picks, but to trade up into like the early fourth, they'd have to trade their 2 fourths. I could see that coming. By the way, pick is in for Cleveland. I wouldn't be surprised if this is finally Shador.
Oh my goodness! Like, almost forgot about him. You know,
Like, I mean, this and the Raiders are like the last chances, right?
Well, I mean, we still got a whole draft to go, but man, it is. I think this is enough of a shock for Shador.
Yeah.
Like, do you guys remember last year in the fall, maybe, if not a little later, where Deion's like, "We're not going to Cleveland." Basically, he didn't say Cleveland, but he was basically like, we're not going to, we're going to be in." And then Shador's in the interviewing the team to make sure they're the right fit for him. Now he's in a position where he's just hoping he gets drafted.
Yeah.
It's pretty wild.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he will be, but
it's just wild.
That's what happens when you don't have trades. You don't have trades. These teams are like, man, I'm okay. Is it accuracy your trade? Not really.
I think it's also important. Dylan Gabriel taken ahead of Shador Sanders, the soft tossing lefty.
You got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
I never even heard this guy.
Oh, they hate him. They hate him so much.
Soft tossing lefty to a team that does not, like, people were, Alec, I'm sure you understand. If you're running your offense for a left-handed quarterback, things change. His vision is this way. Natural vision when he drops back is this way instead of that way. So everything has different names. So people were like, well, Dylan Gabriel, he's probably a backup. You know what I mean? This is a backup kind of guy, backup qualities. We'll just pencil him into the Dolphins. Bro, the Browns took him before
that's crazy.
They took Shador. So here's the thing. And I mentioned this yesterday for all the Shador people out there, all the Colorado fans. I'm just going to be blunt. Shador is not as talented as Deion Sanders. Deion Sanders is one of the greatest players in NFL history, especially if you take out the quarterbacks. He's like your first team all time NFL team. Who do you want at one of the cornerback spots? It's Deion Sanders, and he's probably returning kicks for that team too. That great. When you're not Deion Sanders, you can't act like Deion Sanders. That will hurt you in life. So having Deion's presence, having him at the Colorado Pro Day saying, hey, my wide receivers, don't listen to this guy running coach running the 40. Do it your way. Ostracizing people, scaring people away with being such a big presence. I think if Deion would have just laid low, be quiet, say stuff like, my son stands on his own. Of course, I love him. Wherever he goes, he's going to be great. I'm not worried about it. I'm hands off. This is his world. This is his life. I'm hands off. I think Shador would have been drafted already. I really don't think it has anything to do with the traits, Yuri. Like, no offense, but like, we're seeing Dylan Gabriel be drafted. Shador's got better traits than him, or as good, better track record, better tape. So, either that or the NFL is just, they don't want to see Deion Sanders. I mean, but think about it. If you're Cleveland and you play Shador and he's not doing what he's asked to do, maybe he's playing poorly, and you bench him and Deion starts blaming the receivers and posting all 22, Deion has been known. He said, I've heard him say, I don't like the high road. I don't take the high road. Like, being petty is a compliment to him. So that's something. And Deion is very, very popular, more popular than the Cleveland Browns. So, that's just my opinion. I think Shador is a good player. I think he was the second best quarterback in this draft by far. But I think the only reason he dropped was because of the Sanders name.
Give me 1 second. I gotta place an order for food real quick. I'm gonna join back in the stream. I just gotta.
Jared Wilson was taken, Yuri, best center in the draft.
To the Patriots?
The Patriots. So your boy Drake May's getting a lot of help tonight.
Will Campbell, Kyle Williams, Jared Wilson. That's offensive line rebuilt? ? That's a good pick. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna join back in the stream. I'm hungry. I'm hungry.
It does seem like a big middle finger to Deion. Yeah, Jason Z. It's got to be because
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, traits or no traits, no offense to Yuri. Shador Sanders is a quarterback at a big program, took them from a 1-win team to a competitive team, a good team, and did a lot of work off schedule. They had a terrible offensive line in Colorado, Alec. So Shador, the take too many sacks mantra is kind of true.
Yeah.
I think he does hold the ball a little bit too much, but some of that was just horrible offensive line play. And, I think Shador is getting a fair or not, his stock is dropping, man. It's kind of rough. I know a lot of Colorado fans, bro. You go on Twitter right now, guarantee you it's anger.
It's crazy. It's absolutely wild. I was expecting a fall, 100%, but this is it's getting a little out of hand, which is I mean, I'm here for it. Love a petty, but it's crazy, man. It's really crazy. I'll give you some added context. Shador tweeted like 15 minutes ago, like, "Thank you, God, for everything."
There you go.
So he must have heard about the Gabriel pick, and
so
feelings.
Xavier Watts, Alec Watts is finally off the board at 96.
Oh wow! Oh, into Atlanta? Okay, all right.
So what could have been like Josh Farmer, my positional favorite. So I understand. I liked him higher. I knew he wasn't going to go in the early second or mid second. But what the heck could have been wrong with? You see the board right there, Farmer and Marcus Mbow, the only two remaining in that second row. What the heck could have been wrong with Watts? It's got to be some kind of injury, or do you think they're really concerned with the missed tackle rate?
Could be that. I mean, honestly, dude, let's be real. I'm pretty confident there's only been 3 safeties taken, right? He's now the 4th.
No. Jonas Sanker was taken. My 4th and 5th, and Kevin Winston Jr. That would have been.
Bad. Okay, I thought.
So yeah, I mean, still, it's.
I saw the guy with the M.
You think he is like he could just be the 5th best safety consensus wise?
I don't know. Maybe. I guess I would say I am surprised by this though, because I think he has some of the better ball skills in the draft.
And he's always around the ball, like
I think
urgent.
Yeah, maybe it could be the missed tackles, but that's interesting.
And true, Makuba too. No, I forgot about him. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that was the one I remembered. Makuba was the one I remembered, and you mentioned 2 names I didn't catch. So,
yep.
All right. Damn.
To me, it seems like it's like the evaluation seems so off to me that I would think he's banged up or something.
Yeah.
Like, maybe he had some kind of minor surgery that's going to slow him down in training camp. Or maybe, like, you never know, could be he didn't do well on the whiteboard or something. But, like, his tape didn't match that.
Let's see if the Beast had anything that I'm not remembering.
Poor relative athletic ability, yeah. Yeah, that could be it too, James. Thanks for checking it.
Yeah, he was 54 on Dane's big board, safety 3 in his book.
He did not run at the combine, but Watts, 2-time consensus All-American, plenty of instincts and eye balance. Seems like he can feel the field develop. Field speed is okay otherwise. Has the body type to bring the pain as a tackler, running back like build. May not be a player you ask to man up with his height-speed combo. Missed tackle rate is high, and you see fly-by tendencies, overly aggressive angles for him. So that was my skinny on Xavier Watts.
Yeah, it lines up well with what Dane is saying. Him not running, I think, is a challenge. At his pro day, he came in at a 4.58, and but I think interestingly a 1.62 10-yard split, which is not particularly good either.
Right, not quick.
Yeah, so I think there was a lot of concern about his athleticism. But like you said, doesn't always take the best angles, can over pursue, bad tackles. Those things with the bad speed, I think could be why he fell this long.
Josiah popping back in. Hey, good to see you, Josiah. What was your take on the Jones pick? I had him at number 69 on the board. So, of course, I had other players higher, but I see the vision. He's a young player. Emory Jones has played right tackle in college. I don't know if he sticks at right tackle. He might have had to move into guard anyway. start him young, man. After 3 years starting at LSU as a right tackle with good tape, this guy can maul. This guy can move a little bit. The big bugaboo with him is I thought he was on the ground too much. His body control, balance were issues. So I think some of that had to do, Josiah, with him trying to catch up to speed rushers and just getting himself a little off kilter because his feet couldn't catch up, trying to protect speed rushers on the edge. But I think Emory Jones right now is somebody has the play strength, play length to play right now and get in the way, especially if you're facing a bigger defensive lineman. I would worry about him more, Alec, against a twitchier guy like a Matabike type defensive lineman.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's valid given his early scouting report. I do like, I mean, I know the Ravens like this too, but like, second team all AC or all SEC back-to-back years, and then also the freshman all SEC. I think that's like what they love. They, early producer, and then he's young, so he still has time to grow. I think he's a guy that they're looking at. I think he'll be in the competition for guard, but like it won't be given to him, obviously. And I don't think they're like too worried if he doesn't get it right away.
No, because I think they're perfectly comfortable slow playing a guard, making him pay his dues for 8 weeks if they have to.
They do that all the time, but also I wouldn't be surprised if they want to keep him as like a sort of McCary option. Obviously, they have Cleveland that can also act like that a little bit, but yeah, I think I think he'll have to quite outperform Voorhees in order to gain the starting role in training camp.
Yeah, and I would think that he's a competition for Faalele, actually, Alec.
Oh, really? Okay.
I think they keep him on the left. Keep him on the right side, right?
Okay.
So his vertical sets, he's still dropping the same way. The right foot's still back. But Jim says it durable, big, and powerful. Like he has the NFL power even at 21 years old. Emory Jones does to be able to handle that. It's just the speed. So maybe you're right. Maybe he's a backup tackle, and they figure, all right, if Ronnie gets hurt, Alec, Roger Rosengarten can play left tackle. He's played it before. He's quick enough. Emory Jones can be our Patrick McCary type swing guy, except he's not going to play all the positions like McCary. He's just going to be the first guy up at guard or right tackle. And, of course, they still have Ben Cleveland. Who knows if Ben's getting a new start here, Alec, with the divorce he had and the problems with alcohol he had. Maybe they saw something in Ben Cleveland that they think he could really change his life. I think that's more of a long shot, but I'm still not ruling that out, that they believe in him.
Yeah. No, I think that makes a lot of sense.
Hey, maybe they believe in the tape is what I'm saying. They gave us this. Yeah, they gave us this big rigmarole that Ben Cleveland was outplayed by Faalele in practice and the tape. And, I'm looking, unless the practice tape is much different than the game tape, there's just no way. So maybe they like the tape and they, as they say, look, Ben Cleveland can straighten up a little bit. He was going through some obviously traumatic times, going through a divorce last year. Maybe he still has something. Maybe this is what was holding him back.
Yep.
Vegas Raiders up. Josh Farmer still on the board. Marcus Mbow still on the board. And something else I find interesting, I'll bring it up after this pick. It's about the linebackers. Let's see if he picks up. No, Caleb Rogers, player I was not in love with because of, man, you talk about balance issue. Caleb Rogers has it. Much higher on others' boards, did not make my board. So I saw this note. Bill Belichick did this, where he tracked the number of players that went in each round the last 3 years. So what I did is I tracked it for linebackers. The average the last 3 years, one goes in the first round. It was 1.2, or 1.3 went in the second round. So basically it was 1 year, 2 1 year, then 1 the next year. So when it comes to inside linebackers, just to retract, 1 goes in the first round, 1 goes in the second round, and 6 average going in the third round. Mm-hmm. So third round was the sweet spot for linebackers. You look at this board, only 3 have gone. My top 3 guys, Jihad Campbell, Schlesinger, and Demetrius Knight. So I remember calling you early on, and the first group that I was not happy with was the linebackers, Alec. Remember I was telling you, I'm like, man, we can't even get 3 down linebackers in college. We got 2 down line. I'm trying to watch tape, and this guy's off the field already. What happened? Fast forwarding plays. And I remember complaining to Yuri about this. the linebacker class, brother. Historically, you see 6 linebackers go off the board in the 3rd round. We've only had 1 in the 3rd round, only 3 overall, Yuri. So this linebacker class, I'll remove him until he gets the. I didn't love. Doesn't seem like the NFL loves Alec.
Yeah, he fell, and nice pick.
Charles Grant, the 3rd to last pick here in round 3. He goes off the board, developmental guy that we liked. So he's going off the board. Let's update that right now. He, of course, was the last tackle in the purple. And I had him at 66 overall. So great value for the Raiders. If he reaches his potential and he develops, Alec, you got to steal, brother, because he's built like an NFL lineman.
Yeah, I remember we talked about him, I think 2 episodes ago when we were doing our traits episode. And,
right.
Yeah, man, this is a good pick for them. I like the traits.
So they have Maryland alum. He's going to be going into his 2nd year, DJ Glaze at right tackle. Kind of opposite players. Like DJ Glaze is traitsy too, but he's traitsy in a right tackle type way. Grant is traitsy in a left tackle type way. You talk about easy mover, all the stuff that causes people to stay at right tackle or move into guard. You don't have to worry about that with Grant, easy mover. So I think that this is good for them. He might even be their best right tackle, as being an easy mover, better than DJ Glaze pretty soon. It just depends. He said the only knock on him is you don't have any really good tape on him. Tape of him playing quality opponents. It's great tape for Charles Grant. It's just against guys who, are going to struggle to get invited to practice squad or tryouts.
Right. Dude, I love that they went over to the Raiders draft room and like one of the guys had solitaire up on his computer. They really ham it up for the cameras.
Right. Yeah, the Raiders draft room is always good for something. I thought it was great that when Gruden had his big board and it was on the whiteboard and my big board rivaled that and matched that of John Gruden's as far as the neatness and the penmanship. So, yeah, nice. I always get a kick out of that. You never know what you're getting with the Raiders. So, Alec, Emory Jones, tackle guard. I'm going to put him in the tackle spot here on the depth chart, but I do expect him to be the first man up to compete with Cleveland, to be the first man up on the inside if there's an injury. This Ravens depth chart, this Ravens team looks very good. Malachi Starks, you can add him to the safeties. Mike Green, probably the best pure edge rusher we have on the team now, which is crazy to say. He's just that polished as a pass rusher. And Emory Jones now, the right tackle from LSU, probably going to be given a chance maybe to compete at guard and maybe next man up at guard. You got to have to like the way the Ravens addressed this first 3 rounds of the draft.
Man, I'll admit, Mike Green was one of those classic guys where it was like, we're never going to get him. So I didn't really watch him. And now I'm like, I guess I got to go watch him. Got to have a take. Yeah, I just pretty floored by that whole thing. But you're right. I mean, they're definitely going for it all and trying to get those traits. Yeah, very interesting.
Yuri, talk about your guy Devontae Walker. You watched a lot of him being a Carolina fan. Tez Walker, I would say this training camp, Yuri, is like when you're making the list, who is this training camp important for? I would think Devontae Walker is on that list, the short list. He probably has to play himself on special teams somewhere. He's got to get a connection with Lamar. What are you expecting for Devontae this year, or is it just like a wide open, like I'm thinking, where training camp's going to determine a lot?
I do. I think that can you hear me?
Yeah, it's a little echoey, but you're good.
Yeah, I think with Tez, right, the long play, deep ball ability is there, and they need that. They've needed that for a while in their offense, and they got it with Bateman last year. But if you can have Tez develop, maybe add some functional strength, he can be a reliable outside receiver. Similar, the comp was made from all the Ravens brass of Torrey Smith, but he really can be that kind of player. It just depends on the functional strength development. The ability to track is there. It depends on the size and ability to box out receivers at the catch point. The point you made, developing trust with Lamar is going to be important with him, but he can be a functional receiver in this offense. We saw last year with the gimmick play they ran with the toss and the touchdown, and that can happen. That can happen a lot with him because he is a 4-3 guy. So I'm excited to see what he can do in camp. It's an important camp for him because he's on the bubble a little bit. The Ravens have cut bait certainly quicker with some guys. So it's going to be important for him to beat out someone like Tylan Wallace and show a little bit more as in terms of receiver and at least guarantee that spot on the roster. So I'm excited. I'm excited for year 2 with him, and then everything else the Ravens did today. I mean, it's good.
Yeah, love it. I mean, they could still add another offensive lineman, no doubt. You have 8 most years, Alec. It's what, 9 to go to 8 on game day? You start off with 9, right?
That's right.
So another guy to compete, go guard, tackle. They could go with a developmental guy if they wanted in that aspect. They could also move on from Nick Stamack, who was a 7th-round pick last year, depending on how he looked at practice and that kind of thing. It's no guarantee. I would say a 7th-round pick in his second year who didn't play in year 1, we have no tape on, is a guarantee to make a roster. So they could actually add 2 offensive linemen as this draft goes on and may the best man win. And Upton Stout, slot corner, very feisty player, 5'8", purely a slot player. Why he was faded on my board, but the Niners get a smaller nickel back.
And we're on to the last pick. Eagles pick is in, and the Vikings are on the clock. So almost about
Eagles
to wrap up here. No, I think it was their pick. I think it's a comp pick.
Oh, this is Denver on the screen. I don't know why.
So Yuri, we definitely need to add at least 1. Jim says 2. Yeah, people couldn't stand this linebacker class. Like, I was low on it, man. You were the one trying to talk me into it early on, if you remember.
I did.
Chris Paul, you liked.
Yeah.
Stutzman. Who do you like from this linebacker group?
Chris Paul's a good weak side linebacker complement, heady in coverage, understands leverage and the ability to stick on receivers and when to move up in the zone, when to stop, drop back. He'd be a great pick at his 4th-round spot. I talked about it a while ago. Like, Chris Paul, if he falls there, like, the Ravens will absolutely take him because sure, the arm length isn't some pterodactyl long arms, but he engages in the run, he engages in the pass, he can play both phases. So Chris Paul would be a nice pick. You have Stutzman, maybe a little.
We lost him.
Yeah. Savion Jones to Denver in the trade.
Yep. So Philly traded out. Interesting. But yeah, Savion Jones, good player. And Yuri was about to talk about Danny Stutzman, tackling machine. Again, it's the concerns with him is same as Demetrius Knight. Is he a 2-down linebacker? Change of direction issues guy, Alec. And we've seen that here with Malik. It's just like these backs are so good in short space. The lateral jumps that you see are incredible now. To have somebody who can cover on 3rd downs, who can shed blocks to the offensive linemen, and can tackle running backs. It's hard to find do-it-all guys.
It really is, man. Like, that's what we're talking about in the these rounds. That's where you have to make trade-offs and talk about the trades that you're willing to accept they don't have.
So the pick is in, the final pick of tonight. So here we go. I'm going to be taking the names off the board and a name off the board and be wrapping it up here soon. But, man, I couldn't be more excited about the talent that's in the building. Of course, there's going to be the question marks. DeCosta, I'm sure, I'm going to be watching this press conference as well because I'm hoping the reporters, not necessarily the Ravens reporters like Ryan Mank and Garrett Downing, as the Vikings take Ty Felton out of Maryland. Good for him. I know he had a lot of fans, good player. But I don't expect the Ravens reporters, Ryan, who are paid by the team, to drill EDC and Harbaugh on the off-field stuff for Mike Green. They'll ask them the softball questions. That's their job. But I don't think, if I had to guess, I think they get more than one question about the background info, and maybe they address it and be like, "This is the last time we're talking about it." But I think the reporters will follow up at least once.
For sure. And they'll probably even ask him directly about his slide and how he felt about it and all that stuff. But man, it's been my pleasure to be on the show with you tonight. I am toast. I am so tired. So I apologize.
Gotcha.
But
man, well, hang in there for a second, buddy.
Yeah. I'll hang in for a little bit. But yeah, man, it was a day, man. It was a day of the draft that I really didn't see coming, honestly. Just that pick was such out of the blue. And it really shaped. It said a lot about how this draft was going to go, frankly. I mean, you never really see, maybe you'll see it in the later rounds, but you never see your second pick be a higher guy than your first pick, particularly when they're both in the, the top 12. Like, that's just insane.
For real.
That doesn't happen.
For real, yeah.
The only time that ever happened was with Ojabo, but, not really. You know what I mean?
Not really. I mean, I remember Ojabo had him drop down to 44th just because you had to write off the first season. So you were picking a player with 3-year value.
Right, he already
maybe
had moved. That's what I'm getting at. Like, he started up higher.
He'd already moved.
And he already had moved, whereas this one, he was still up there all the way in. So, crazy.
So, guys, just a reminder, still have 30-plus people watching right now. Let's see if Yuri can connect for the goodbye here.
Hey, Yuri. I got cut off. The pizza driver pulled up, called me, and of course interrupts the stream.
Oh yeah, there you
go. That's okay. We were just getting ready to sign off.
Can we see the
I just wanted to say,
oh, that does
nice.
Look good.
Alex gonna feast again after he just feasted 4 hours ago. I just want to say, look, keep up with the board. I will be updating the board throughout the draft tomorrow. The draft starts at noon, so quick turnaround. Will not be on the air, but I just wanted to thank everybody. First off, Alec, Yuri, and some of the other guys that have helped me out with this process. Really appreciate it. Even when I call to complain about I'm having trouble with this group, asking for your opinions, and then help with the shows themselves. You all know I do not like going on by myself. I don't like going on solo. It's not that I can't do it, but I just like having other people to bounce conversation off of. So I thank you guys so much. But mostly I just want to thank everybody who's watched, everybody who's followed the shows and draft shows. And keep in mind, you still have the highlights if you want to get some refreshers. I may try to post some all 22. If I do it once and get a strike, they can't cancel my channel. So I might put a video up maybe of Mike Green or Malachi Starks. I think Starks is well covered and they don't like the SEC. I might try it with the Marshall kid to see if the MAC conference kicks me out or not. But, I have to say thank you to everybody sincerely for supporting the board. You see the board held up really well. So, yeah, it has been a really, really good year. Thank you, Jeremiah. Thank you, Jim. Thank you for everybody for coming in and being a part of it. And I look forward to talking with you again. Hopefully among the three of us, once the season starts, we can start giving some season coverage. I'll be back on trying to do it. Thank you, John Parsons. Love you very much. I love you guys very much. So thank you to my football family. Love my football family. Alex needs some sleep. Yuri needs some pizza. So with that, say goodnight, fellas.
Good night.
Go Ravens.